Hello all, welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today, we have the beginning of RWBY Volume 5 Redux. Now, this is a project that I've been looking into for a little bit, and I decided I want to do a reaction to it. RWBY is one of my favorite shows of all time, and RWBY Volume 5 is easily the weakest volume, and it had a lot that was wrong with it. I'll be one of the first people to admit it. In my little ranking video, I put Volume 5 at the bottom of the barrel, and I think while it has its moments, and it honestly has one of the best moments in RWBY in one of the episodes, it's just the worst volume of the show. Now, that's not to say it's objectively awful, but it's not exactly objectively good either. So, this is a project by a creator called Smaller Soul, and they, along with many others, have essentially taken Volume 5 and just adjusted it to better itself as a product. I know it was not endorsed by Rooster Teeth, but I do know that Rooster Teeth helped out the project in terms of letting it go out in terms of copyright before Viz recently bought it. So I'm really excited for this, actually. I'm super stoked. What we're going to do is we are going to hit record here on our OBS, because we're going to be pausing a little bit depending on just how much is changed. So let's do that, which should be right here. And let's do it. Volume 5 Redux. We're RWBY. RWBY is back. At least for me. So let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Following is a fan edit. Oh, wow.
So, how much farther?
We're in the home stretch now. No more stops from here to Mistral. Sorry for the long trip. Keeping us off the radar's been harder than I thought. Lots of air traffic around northern Anima.
Ooh,
it's fine. I just hope I haven't been a burden.
You and your money are more than welcome on this ship, kid.
Now, I'm not going to be commenting exactly on the volume itself. I'm going to be more so analyzing what exactly Smaller Soul changed and how that benefits this volume as a whole, as, you know, as this project compared to Volume 5 originally. I do appreciate that RWBY is so loved, because that gives the opportunity for fans to give back to the show in ways like this. What I'm already noticing is the lighting and the shading is very, very good. I know that color correction, shading, and lighting were things that Smaller Soul really wanted to implement into the Redux version of Volume 5, and so far this is jaw-dropping. This looks so much better already, so this is great. What the? And the sound design is really good too. They added a bunch of stuff in.
Is everything okay?
I don't know. I'm still over Lake Monsoon.
I do like that they also put this stuff here, kind of like how the team have in Volume 8, I believe, was where they really put the credits in the opening when it opened up starkly, like it did.
Shouldn't be picking up broadcasts this far from Mistral. Someone must be close.
Mayday! Mayday! We're a small passenger flight and our Huntress is down! We aren't equipped to deal with this!
Oh, man.
The Grim hit us 400 clicks north of the southern shoreline. Get him off us! If anyone can hear this...
We're going to help them, right?
What? No. I'm trying to avoid them.
But they'll die.
Look, if we picked up their transmission, I'm sure someone else did too. Besides, this is a cargo ship. She's not much good in a fight. I just want to finish this job and get home. Sorry, kid. My ship, my rules.
Wait a minute.
And get home.
They put the... I don't remember that being in the original. That's the mirror mirror motif. Huh.
Sorry, kid.
I know that Smaller
My
Soul
ship,
goes into
my
the music
rules.
and that kind of stuff too. Nice. Very well done. Having that as the opening sequence is interesting.
We made it.
And even the lighting, like, under his chin, that wasn't in the original Volume 5. I'll talk about this for a bit. Volume 5 was a lot of wasted potential, because Volume 5 had a lot in it. Again, it had a lot in it that could have been great. I think it could have been among the best volumes. There was just way too much filler. There was way too much just that went wasted. And I find this interesting because it's not opening up with them in the tunnel as they go out into the city of Mistral. So that's interesting. It doesn't even have that whole beginning scene there, which is kind of nuts. Because I remember that scene so very well, and I actually kind of like that scene.
Ah, you must be the students Crow mentioned.
Yes, sir. Ruby Rose.
Jean Arc.
Nor Valkyrie.
Lyren.
Pleasure to meet you all. Leonardo Lionheart.
Whoa! They skipped the entire hallway scene, too. Huh.
At your service. I'm afraid most of my staff is currently away until classes resume, but...
What? Leo, you can't be serious. Who's guarding the relic?
Crow, the children!
Already know. I filled them in. What do you mean your staff is away?
You filled them in?
Good evening, miss.
Interesting that scene was cut short, because I view that scene as much more of a reason for Crow to be upset, because that was the scene where he noticed, no teachers, no staff, no people to protect, and like Leo informing them also leads him to react the way he did. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that decision. It does help speed things along, but these scenes are being cut down to way too short, in my opinion. Instead of making it objectively better, I think it's just using brevity to help things go along, which could be good, but there are essential aspects of those scenes that need to be portrayed if you're going to use brevity to your advantage. So, just a little thing I noticed there.
I get you anything.
Just a little time to myself, if that's all right.
Sure thing. Just call if you need me.
You need better security.
Please, I just need to talk.
How could you take the fall for them, Ilya? Corsic and Finnick blamed you. We confronted them tonight and they denied knowing anything, and everything we found on your scroll, they talked about how disappointed they were to hear that you'd sided with Adam. But you and I both know they're guilty.
Blake.
That scroll might not have been enough to lock them up, but it's enough to sway the Faunas here. When we go public tomorrow, they're not going to stand for any of it. And neither should you.
Your plan isn't gonna work, Blake. Please. Just leave Menagerie before it's too late.
You're going to have to make me.
I know.
Huh. The way that scene was done, that was better. In the original, there was a lot of like slow panning and very long, awkward pauses between the characters and their animations. That was better, I think, but some of the again, it's too quick. It feels like they're trying to use brevity as a clutch, where sometimes it is necessary to elongate a scene the way that Rooster Teeth did with this volume. I mean, it's not necessary all the time, it just makes things a lot slower and makes things feel just so much of a chore to sit through. But I will admit that Rooster Teeth, at some points, they did know what they were doing with this.
I have to say, Crow, this all seems very reckless, even for you.
No, reckless is leaving one of the relics completely unguarded. It's not checking in with Oz for ages.
There was nothing to check in about before the fall of Beacon, but since that day, Mistral has been in chaos. Vale wasn't the only kingdom to suffer that night. You could feel the dread in the air. With all that negativity, you can imagine what it was like when the Grimm came for us. Mistral's controlled territory is the widest reaching in the world, you know, and that makes it infinitely harder to protect. We may have dealt with the Grimm, but the Mistral Council's still at odds with representatives from Atlas.
Again, brevity as a clutch. Removing the detail of, we lost so many huntsmen, teachers from this very institution, is a key point in emphasizing Leo's character. And I'll talk about that the further we go along in this. I feel like that was a missed opportunity to keep that there.
First it was the dust embargo, now it's the closing of borders. I'm not sure what happened to James in Vale, but it seems to have only worsened some of his more unfortunate tendencies. And on top of everything, we still don't know where the Spring Maiden is.
All the more reason we need the huntsmen and huntresses here.
Okay. Things are bad. They're bad. Why is the Spring Maiden so important?
I thought you filled them in.
Mostly filled in. Look, there's a lot to cover, okay? I quit teaching for a reason.
Yeah. Hate Vic for the person he's become. But you can't deny that his voice acting was very good. And Crow is probably my favorite role of his because he was endlessly having fun in this role, and you can really hear it in his performance.
The four maidens are the only ones capable of reaching the relics.
What? The relics are each locked inside a chamber that can only be opened by a specific maiden. Winter for the gift of creation, summer for destruction, fall for choice, and spring for knowledge. Spring is the problem.
What happened to her?
She was determined at first, when she inherited her powers. But the weight of responsibility proved to be too much for the child. She ran. That was over a decade ago. There's no telling where she could be now.
I know. At least, I have a pretty good idea.
Are you serious?
It's not exactly good news.
What are you talking about? This is incredible news! After all these years? Where?
I did some digging around. Looks like after Spring ran away, she was picked up by bandits, specifically the Brownwind tribe.
Raven.
That's about where they've set up their main camp. It's where they fall back to after raids and scouting missions.
Well, Crow, I've got to hand it to you. With these coordinates, we can mount a retrieval force and head out in a few weeks.
A few weeks? Leo, maybe you didn't hear me. My sister has the Spring Maiden, and I know where she is. We need to go as soon as possible.
No offense, but these students and I can't take on an entire bandit tribe and a maiden that's no doubt had years to hone her skills. We need to be positive we can apprehend Spring, because if we fail, Raven and her tribe will scatter, and we'll be lost. We get one shot at this, and it needs to be perfect.
You know, Oz wouldn't be happy with any of this if he were here.
Perhaps you're right, but he's not. I'm doing the very best I can.
Well, I can't say this has been a warm reunion, Leo.
I'm sorry. I know you've all traveled a long way, but I will do everything I can to help.
Sure. We'll stay in the city for the time being. Local comms are still up. Keep in touch. Come on, kids.
It was nice meeting you, Professor.
Likewise.
Leo, we have got to work on your improvisational skills.
So, what do we do now?
You four head back to the house. I need a drink.
I'm good. Thanks, pal.
Seriously, not too bulky. Again, I'm not gonna increasingly dog on Smaller Soul, because this is just a fan-made project that, you know, he put his very, very hard work and time into, but specifically with this right here.
You didn't hear me. My sister has the Spring Maiden, and I know where she is. We need to go as soon as possible.
No offense.
This scene, this little bit of this scene was fine the way it was. The detail of Leo saying that they need to grab the retrieval force and that the council wouldn't just lend them the people. He says it here. Wait, let me rewind this real quick.
Hear me. My sister has the Spring Maiden.
We can mount a retrieval force and head out in a few weeks.
A few weeks? Leo, maybe you didn't hear me. My sister has the Spring Maiden, and I know where she is. We need to go as soon as possible.
Yeah. This bit right here has Leo, you know, saying back, like, perhaps you didn't hear me. And that little section. And it really cements the idea that they have to wait instead of just saying, well, I can't do it. You know, me and the kids can't do it. Like, it enforces the idea that they need more than just this group. And the other thing that I noticed was missing from this was the detail about Jean asking about Cinder and her team. That is legitimately an obsession of Jean's up to this point, and it leads to probably the best scene in Volume 6, which is the graveyard scene. That, like, the sequence of events with Jean's character, you know, here to the battle at Haven with Cinder and him lashing out the way he does, and then to that scene in Volume 6 is a very clear arc that I personally really enjoy. And I don't like that it is being lessened here, because this is me and my hyperfixation. Please don't take this the wrong way if you're watching this Smaller Soul, but this is that arc is probably one of my favorite things in the volumes 4 to 6 era. Jean's development and his learning to let go of the pain and resentment and the anger that comes with that loss, and grow as a person better afterwards. So the fact that that was left out here is a little bit of a complaint on my end. But again, it just feels like brevity for the sake of brevity. Keeping things short for the sake of keeping things short, you know.
Thanks, pal.
Seriously. Not too bulky, not too lean. You're...
Just right. Yep. Like I said, I'm good.
And your hair.
That was better. That was a lot better than in the original. Well done. That was great. A lot less extra, I guess, than in the original.
This one's on the house. He's been driving me crazy.
That's not the original voice performance, is it? Is it? That sounds like it's new.
So, what brings you around these parts?
Thanks. And I'm, looking for someone.
Well, not many people come out here. Too far from the kingdoms. Only person worth noting around here is... well...
Raven Bronwyn. Thanks again.
Oh, wait, hold up a minute. You don't want to go messing with bandits? They're a world of trouble.
So I hear.
Hey, girlie.
Seriously? This isn't over?
I heard you're looking for someone.
Okay. Removing the bar scene. Nice. That was something that peeved me a little bit in Volume 5. They reused the end credits scene from Volume 4 just to pad out the runtime, if I'm correct. So having that removed and having this open space where you don't exactly know what's happening, good change, good shift.
Can I help you?
Yeah. Is there a ruby rose here?
Why?
Well...
I found him!
I think her uncle could use some help.
Oh.
I found him.
What is going on out there? Can't a girl read her comics in peace?
Oh. You have silver eyes.
Who are you?
Well... my name is Oscar Pine.
Pay for it.
But you probably know me as Professor Ozpen?
I did it!
Okay, yeah. I want to see if they changed anything up here. And nothing was changed about the music because the music is perfect. It's Jeff and Casey Williams. Just checking to see. Huh? Credits. You can just remove that name, you know. You could have done that. Nothing else. Okay. All right. First episode. Again, it feels like they were removing a lot just to cut the scenes down and get to the point quicker, but there was a lot in those scenes that was very valuable to those scenes that were cut down in here that are needed to set up certain things in terms of the future, I think. Especially in the scene with Lionheart, you know. Even in the beginning, with them just, you know, popping up in front of the school instead of the scene in the hallway. You know, there's some things that felt like, again, brevity for the sake of brevity. Keeping things short just to keep things short. And while I'm not necessarily angry about it, some of the things that were left out peeve me a little bit, because it's like those were essential portions to this story. And the story and events potentially going forward. So it's a good start, definitely. A lot of things were definitely changed for the better. The scene at the Just Right store, for example, is a lot shorter and a lot more of what it needed to be for the scene to work properly. The original had such drastic differences in tone throughout the scene. This kept it a lot more grounded and at one tone. Overall, solid. Again, color correction, lighting, and shading is beyond perfect. Volume 5 is one of my favorite volumes because of the warmer lighting and with just more dynamics and shading. I think it could have been just the best composited volume of the series. So, yeah, I think that is going to do it for me with this episode. I've been Winter. We've reacted to Smaller Souls RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Chapter 1, entitled Courage, I believe. If you like what you saw, leave a like, leave a comment below what you thought of my reaction, the episode itself, Smaller Soul, and this Redux project. That's about it from me. Peace. In due time. Hello, welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff and we have some crazy camera angles. Today we are reacting to RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Chapter 2, entitled Family Ties. This is Chapter 2, of the Volume 5 Redux project from Smaller Soul. I reacted to episode 1 where brevity seemed to be the name of the game. Again, I won't be saying as much about that this time around because I definitely already said my piece in episode 1, but it is a thing that I'm going to be noting from here on out. So, yeah, we reacted to episode 1. I think we should just activate our OBS, which should be right here, and get right into it. Let's go. Family Ties. Following is a fan edit. Please support the official release. The color gradient is... it really helps. It's such a banger theme. And I did go back and see, they didn't really change anything here, aside again from the color grading and shading and lighting. But God, it looks good. I want to do RWBY covers again. I think it would be really cool for you guys to see more of that from me. So, I'll think about it.
It starts
oh shit.
With the unexpected loss of something dear.
Wait. Interesting. Are we getting the different character shorts included with the episodes? Wild. I haven't seen the character shorts in a while, so this would be nice and refreshing for me.
That comforted and cradled just disappeared.
Wow, the difference that the dynamic lighting makes. I mean, Weiss was pretty to begin with, but damn. Soul, you made her pretty.
There's nothing, just an endless empty hole. The light that showed the way is gone, and darkness takes control. Bitterness and anger are quick to fill the void. The path to isolation is the dreams that they destroy.
I remember when this short came out. Everyone was freaking the fuck out. Cause this was, I mean, Volume 4 had a lot going for it, but the choreography that is in the Weiss character short, sad to say, I don't think has ever been it had never been seen from Weiss, and the level of choreography that this short presented for her was never replicated again. I think there was just an extreme level of precision that they mapped out with her choreography here that was just so damn good.
Seems to grow in my soul, it's consuming me.
God, the lighting. Damn, Soul.
Growing jaded,
believe it is this coming bit. This shot right here, we'll follow it as we go, but the level of choreography that this shot in particular has is so damn good. And then this one. So good. It's such a goddamn cool sequence. I could gush about this trailer in particular, along with the song Path to Isolation. Or is it Path of Isolation? And what it speaks for Weiss's character. But as you all know, I'm eventually going to be doing the Everything Great about RWBY. Leadus, LCU Games, and I are still working hard on the color trailers for the first volume, and we really hope that you guys, whoever sees this and whoever sees those videos, will enjoy them when they release, because especially now that I've completed the recording process for 2 of them, and Leadus is actually almost done with the white trailer now, we've gotten a much clearer grasp on how we want to format those episodes in that series. So I really think it'll be something cool for you guys to see when those release. So what I want to do is, because I love it so much, we're just gonna rewind this whole sequence. Don't like it? Sue me. This is... I still think that this character short is my favorite out of the 4 character shorts for our main girls. I do enjoy RWBY's character short from pre-volume 4, but I do think there's just a different essence to this one. Again, that really speaks about Weiss's character, and I've said many times before that Weiss is my favorite out of the protagonists in the show.
Something dear.
So
the warmth that comforted and cradled just disappears.
She's so pretty. Like, she's so pretty. Y'all can empathize with that, right? She's so pretty.
And in its place, there's nothing.
In Case's voice.
In this empty hole. The light that showed the way is gone, and darkness takes control. Bitterness and anger are quick to fill the void. The path to isolation is the dreams that they destroy.
So cool.
Cold seems to grow in my soul, it's consuming me. Confused in the storm.
I think, looking at this from a technical standpoint, I think you upped the brightness and saturation on this a little bit too much because it's a bit engulfing Soul. But I mean, like, if you're not like me and you catch this kind of stuff, I'm sure it would be fine. But me looking at this, like, it's kind of funny. You can understand where I'm coming from.
Growing jaded, being pushed, being pulled, I'm unraveling. Can't find myself when I'm constantly forced to conform. Enemies surround me, but the worst appear as friends. Liars and pretenders only seek to experiment.
The quick strikes. So cool. It's such a cool sequence. And listening to the lyrics, it's a really eye-opening one for Weiss's character.
I'm not always going to be around to save you, Weiss.
I'm sorry. I'll get better.
You'll have to if you ever want to leave.
Ooh. Oh, well done. Well done on that one. Okay. I get it. Oh, that's smart. Wow. I didn't get it at first. Well done. Oh, wow. Okay.
Where are we?
Passing by some of Lake Matsu's floating islands. The gravity dust that forms in these things has given us a little turbulence. Nothing I can't handle, but the islands sometimes hide some nasty grim.
Look out!
Yep. There goes Percy.
Kidding me.
By the gods, we lost Percy! Help! We're hooked!
Yep.
Everyone abandon ship!
Nope. I love the smoke effect that they use for that. It's really cool.
Lancers. Freaking Lancers. All right, buckle up.
What are you doing?
What we should have done in the first place. You're carrying dust, right?
Officially, no.
No. Actually? Hey, that ruins one of my favorite little nose exhale moments. Officially, no. Actually, yes. It's actually it's a good moment for me.
kid!
We're cutting it close!
Ready!
Hold on! We're hooked!
Yep. I always really liked this scene, like in general, just this, like the fight with the Lancers. It's really cool, and it's really well done, I think. I really thought it was, like, because, again, Volume 5 is weird in a lot of ways for me. I think the story is great, and it has a lot of potential, but a lot of things went wrong in terms of animation. I do think this is one of the redeeming qualities of Volume 5, that just this sequence as a whole with the Lancers and Weiss in here, it's really cool. It's really good stuff.
I got an idea! Hold on!
So we're at 7:55 now, and this is actually, I want to say this is one of the more extended fight sequences of the later volumes, because right here, yeah, the actual, this stuff starts at about 5 minutes 50, and we have about here at about 7:50 that we're still going, so, and as I said, this is a shortened version of it. There's a lot, well, there's not necessarily a lot. This is definitely more in line with how the original went, especially compared to last episode. It's just leaving out some of the dialogue, but I want to say it was quite long in the original. I'll have to look up the exact runtime of the scene, but it's definitely one of the longer, extended, more detailed in terms of environments and all that kind of fights in the post poser days. And it's really cool. I like it.
Yeah! Great going, kid! We are in the clear! Yeah! Great going, kid! We are in the clear!
This doesn't work. I'm sorry, Soul. This does not work. Because the Queen Lancer is stated to be in the caverns of those two islands. The ones that are right here. However, you decided to completely cut the portion where they go into these two islands. And during that section, Weiss, fireballs the bridge platforms above to crumble and fall, which causes the Queen to wake up. Now, I will say that it adds a little bit of shock and awe and surprise seeing the Queen Lancer for the first time here as more of a threat instead of just seeing her wake up, and that leads to less of a shock and awe effect later, but I don't know, it kind of rubs me the wrong way that that specific part was cut out, because it's also a section where Weiss and the ship captain kind of get a "you read my mind" moment, where it's like they're actually trying to connect the, they're actually trying to assist each other during the battle. Like, she asks, can you find a pair of islands we can fit between? Yeah, kid, you read my mind. Again, sorry, I'm a RWBY nerd. I know too much about this show. But, yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that you left that out, because it's a nice moment of humanity between them instead of, or at least in a very dialogue-heavy volume. I liked the dialogue here. In a dialogue-heavy volume with a lot of unnecessary dialogue, is what I meant to say. Sorry.
It's a Queen Lancer!
What?
And it's easy to forget the size of that damn thing, because fucking look at this. Like, it is essentially the size of the cargo ship. It is fucking massive, which is interesting because they downplay the size of the Queen Lancer via Weiss's summon. I never really took that into consideration. That's super interesting. That's kind of wild. And then we have the
do something!
Orchestral version of This Life Is Mine. But to prove how durable Grimm are, nothing.
I can see the shoreline! God! We're not gonna make it!
That line actually stands out to me as one that's kind of weird. I can see the shoreline, we're not gonna make it. Normally you say, I can see the shoreline, we're gonna make it. I don't know. That line always felt out of place to me. Hell yeah. The boy.
Pull up! Now!
This tracking shot of the night is one of the coolest things. I love that shit. It's really cool stuff. And I like that detail that she experimented with it so much that it's really good stuff. But inevitably, and I really like this, how she uses the glyphs to try to soften the fall, but and instantly cutting. Okay. Whoa. That was a sharp cut. Oh. Huh. Interesting. I like the way that was done. it presents a sense of mystery as to where exactly Weiss ended up, instead of explicitly showing Raven with the bandits. And it actually leads a lot more to the humor of probably one of the best exchanges of lines in the show. Your mom kidnapped me? You kidnapped her? Sorry. Yeah. I know too many factoids about this show. Whoa, that's an...
What's going on? Where am I?
You know, I never thought I'd see a Schnee in this camp.
Vernal?
We need to acknowledge just... Hold on. I think it cuts to her.
What do you want?
Straight to the point. I like it. We don't normally deal in trafficking people. Not really worth our time. But once we realized we had a Schnee, that changed.
I actually really like this shot right, like down the middle of Weiss with Merton Astor.
You're going to ransom me
Astor?
back to my father.
Martin Astor?
Is that it?
It's a shame you're a Schnee. You'd probably do quite well around here.
Going to ransom me back to my father. Is that it?
It's a shame you're a Schnee.
I love this tattoo. And it's a really nice bait and switch, because we know that Cinder has the tattoo on her back when she inherited the maiden powers from the Fall Maiden. So it's cause to believe that that is the tattoo that you would get from the Spring Maiden, but obviously it's not. If there is even a tattoo that you get from being the Spring Maiden.
You'd probably do quite well around here.
I would never sink to your level.
Don't make this complicated.
What's going to make this complicated is when my sister finds out that I didn't make it to Mistral. You know my sister, don't you? Winter Schnee, special operative of the Atlas military. She's in Mistral now, and when she hears I'm missing, it won't take her long to find me. And you. What's so funny?
Oh, I don't know if it's more funny or sad, but you're clearly out of the loop. Your sister isn't in Mistral anymore. No Atlas personnel are in Mistral anymore. General Ironwood closed the borders and recalled all of his little troops in tin cans. No one is coming to rescue you.
Oh, wow. Hey, you can remove that name, by the way. Yeah. Interesting. Very stark way to end it. I'm not sure if I would have done it that way. Maybe end with the small knight summoning. Yeah, this episode is definitely better in the way that things are gearing up, at least in terms of structuring, because this lends a lot more to the mystery and the impact of, you know, being in Raven's camp. It just does a lot better, I think, than the first episode did, because, as I said, the first episode was a lot of brevity for brevity's sake. It was a lot of shortening of scenes that didn't need to be shortened, leaving details out where they didn't need to be left out. This one actually cut things down at a more palatable pace, and it definitely made sure to keep what is necessary for the volume to be kept, but it also added things that are useful for, shall we say, small, like, little twists for the future of the volume Redux project as a whole. So, well done. I've really got nothing else to say. I've been Winter. We've reacted to RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Chapter 2, entitled Family Ties. If you like what you saw, leave a like, leave a comment below what you thought of my reaction, the episode itself, what you think of the Redux project. I've heard some things from Soul, as he has entered my Discord server. Thank you very much for doing that, my guy. That's going to be about it for me. Peace, in due time. Hello all, welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff, and also hello to you too, Soul. Today, we are back with a series that I've been wanting to continue for a while now, and it's kind of bothered me that I haven't been able to do so. Today, we are back with RWBY Volume 5 Redux. This is a series that I started a little while ago. I saw that a Smaller Soul, RWBY content creator that I was following at the time, released this little series. I reacted to the first 2 episodes and then I just didn't, and I haven't uploaded the continuation for over a year now, actually almost 2 years. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to come back and finish it, because at the moment, like, as I'm recording this, I believe that Soul and, I can't remember, I believe it's Random Words. I believe they're creating the movie cut of Volume 5 Redux, so it'll be interesting to see if my input offers any changes. I know that's a very, you know, pretentious way of thinking about my content, but I actually have been told that some of my input from chapters 1 and 2 has been taken into account, because I'm friends with Soul. He's really cool. I want to do an interview of a Winter Talks thing with him about this project along with Dust Queen, which we're going to be reacting to after we do this. So yeah. I'm just going to get right into it. This is about a 15-minute episode, so I don't know if it's going to be too long on my end for this, but my pause to actual content ratio has definitely increased over the last while since I recorded those 2 reactions, so we'll see. That was supposed to be pressing play. Let's get into the episode. This is RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 3. Yes, fan edit. Dude. It looks so good. So, this is something that I learned. They increased the color fidelity of Volume 5 so much in the edits. It's so cool. I'm trying not to get copyrighted by the music, because that's the only thing that's stopping those other 2 reactions. But, oh man. It's so sick what they've been able to do with the colors. The correction is insane. The shadows are so much more shadowed. Everything just pops so much more. It's so cool. Oh man. Of course, as it's a Jeff Williams track with Casey vocals, it slaps. Dismal days can bring. I will make my covers of RWBY songs eventually, I promise. Go a ghost walk. There we go. That's better. I will say, to potentially conserve a little bit of the runtime, I might cut out the intros, like that segment of all of the future Redux reactions that I do. I think I did that with episode 2. I'm not quite sure. I think I might have. But that's neither here nor there. We're getting to the stuff now. Let's go. Wow. Okay. Whew. Woof, this is coming in early. This... I'm trying to think. Because Volume 5 is very weird when it comes to its continuity. I think by this time we already saw Sienna die. So we're skipping the scene. We're definitely skipping that. Are we... I don't think we're quite... Let me watch this play out, because this is interesting.
Are you ready?
Yes.
You got this.
Are they going to keep it? Why didn't you keep it? I thought there was another... I really don't like you. There might have been something akin to that. I'm going to talk about this. I love the crispiness of the mic quality in Volume 5. Like the dialogue quality. It's very crisp. I don't know how they made it as smooth sounding as they did. I want to know how to do that, because I love just the way the characters sound in this volume. And I'd say it's definitely like this volume above all others. There's just something so crisp and clear about the quality of the voices themselves in Volume 5. It's really, really interesting.
Coming to us live.
Former White Fang leader.
Wow. Okay. So that was a lot more spread out. They chopped that up considerably. I want to say that was about 10-15 seconds shaved off of that runtime, because it panned between several more angles, and I think each of those sections lasted for maybe another second or two. So, good stuff.
Thank you all for assembling here. I wanted to take time to address some of the rumors that have been circulating around our island. No matter how you feel about the human race, I think we can all agree that the event now known as the Fall of Beacon was a tragedy. A tragedy that will set both man and Faunus kind back. While the main aggressor is still unknown, we do have official confirmation that Adam Taurus, the leader of a powerful splinter group working inside the White Fang, was partially responsible for these attacks. His actions not only tarnish the reputation of an organization originally created to bring peace.
I'm gonna... Sorry to pause in the middle of your speech, Gira, but I don't think I ever noticed it before, because I always kind of... When rewatching this show, my two least... I mean, just objectively, my two least favorite volumes of the show are 2 and 5, because I think they're very unevenly paced. I feel like their finales are a bit rushed, and I think while they have strong elements and they have good character work, there isn't enough substantiality in them to necessitate those being full volumes. volumes. Like, I could see the first half of Volume 2 being added onto Volume 1, and then I could see the back half of Volume 2 added to Volume 3 to make that just a 2-volume opener. I could see that very well happening, and it would be interesting to see Soul's opinion on that sentiment, because I think that there is such a strong feeling of oppressive dread that permeates more when you back half, when you do that back half split. I'll talk to Soul about that later. But what I was actually getting to, I never really focused on the background details. Like, there's so much, like, everything is designed in the background to such a ridiculous degree. The Maya engine, for all of its faults with the character modeling versus the character art pieces, always excelled to a ridiculous degree with its, like, backgrounds and its background shots. Like, this water, I think that's water here dripping down there, is animated so crisply. The details of, like, the scratches and the prints and the scaffolding on this stone is incredibly detailed. And all of the shadows back here, while they've been increased by Soul and Random doing their editing, is still great. And the quality of everything in the backgrounds is very, very detailed. I love, like, especially nowadays, I am someone who looks so much into the subtleties in background shots, because background shots are very hard, especially working, for those of you who don't know, I was the executive producer, I was the writer, and I was the overall project lead on an adaptation of my novel series, The Fall. It unfortunately went under in the middle of pre-production. We sank too much money into it. We decided it was going to be a lost cause, and we decided to abandon the project. However, because of the experience working in that, I am so much more attuned to things like background details, or even just how shots are formatted, and just the amount of detail in the background shots. Mainly not the foreground shots. I think that RWBY did still have a tough time organizing their shots with Volume 5 and onwards. I think there are some great ones in that area, but I do think they suffered overall with RWBY and some of Red vs. Blue. A lot of Red vs. Blue has great, like, surprisingly great camera work and shots, not even just in the Monty fights, but in even the Machinima. Some of the shots there are insane. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because it's so sick to see all of the details, and especially with Soul and Random Words doing everything the way that they've done, they've just enhanced the level of detail, and it's so sick. It's awesome to see.
Equality to all, but to our entire race. With each day that this man remains unpunished, it becomes increasingly difficult to condemn those that look down upon us. Recently, a spy from this same splinter group set their sights on this very home. My own daughter, Blake, and her friend did their very best to apprehend this individual. While they were unsuccessful after being physically assaulted and seriously injured, they were successful in obtaining the assailant's scroll. With this, we have been able to ascertain that Adam Taurus has plans to overthrow the current leader of the White Fang, Sienna Khan, and take over the reins himself. His radical plans do not stop there. The documents on this scroll proclaim his next target to be Haven Academy and its attached CCT tower. Their plan is to strike on the last full moon before the beginning of the fall semester, roughly 2 months from today. I have sent my swiftest messenger to the government of Mistral, but I believe we have a greater responsibility.
This is interesting. I don't know where Soul and Random Words are going with this, but this is interesting because in the original Volume 5, we saw Adam kill Sienna first. Then we saw this scene, and I believe then we saw the scene where it was, I think his name is Yuma, the Bat Guy, because Trifa is the Spider Girl and Yuma is the Bat Guy. We saw him come to Corsic and Fennec being like, his message has died beneath the waves, or something like that. Which, yeah, those past two things work, but it doesn't work to up the dramatic tension when you show that Sienna's already dead. So him sending that message doesn't matter because we've already seen it not work out. I think this is what they're doing. By showing this first, it creates that sense of tension for whether Sienna lives or not, whether that message gets to Mistral first. That's cool. I like that. We just have to see it play out in execution to see if I genuinely do like it. Okay, let's keep going.
My relationship with the White Fang has been an interesting one. Years ago, I led the organization to help try and create a world where I and every Faunus who wished could walk alongside the human race. And while I believe we made great strides toward this goal, it was made clear to me that the people both in and out of the White Fang wanted faster results. So I stepped down, and Sienna Khan was appointed as my successor. It's true that I do not fully condone many of her methods. What I do condone is what Sienna fights for. The idea that the Faunus and humans are, and should be, equal. Adam Taurus does not seem to have that goal in mind. What he has done benefits no one but himself.
I think I actually... Interesting. I believe that there was an eerie piece of the score that just played there. I think that piece of the score didn't originally play there. I think that piece of the score actually played when Ilya drops in. That's interesting. I think I remember hearing, like, catching on to that detail when I rewatched this season, because I like the fact that the score just switches to that eeriness there. But interesting that they put it here.
I think it's time that the Faunus showed the world that we are equals. Time that we snuff out this splinter group and restore the White Fang to what it once was. To do this, I think the answer is clear. We must go to Haven and protect it at all costs.
I don't get it! How can they just sit around and do nothing with the...
Ooh, Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the fuck? What the fuck? Whoa. Huh. Huh. Oh. Wait, what? Well, Because that just completely removes the Ilya interruption. that is interesting. That's something I'm gonna have to try. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. I'm gonna have to think on that one. See how this next scene goes here.
White Fang getting ready to attack.
Whatever happens at Haven is going to affect them whether they like it or not. If Adam gets his way and Haven falls, it's only going to make things worse for the Faunus. Everywhere.
Adam.
Wait, whoa, what? That's interesting too. They removed Blake's sympathy towards the people of Menagerie there. That's an interesting choice. I always saw that as kind of like Blake almost being self-aware about herself. She's done so much fighting that she completely understands the notion of just wanting to be away from it all. But here, it seems like she's actually agreeing with Sun and his grievances of like, why wouldn't they do anything? But before, it made a lot of sense for Blake's character to be the one to point that out to him, because she even says in the conversation they have about like the one word to describe everyone, she calls him earnest. Like, that's his earnestness showing without caring to think about the other side that is the people of Menagerie, while she is that counterpoint to him. I disagree with that decision wholeheartedly. That's actually one of my favorite Blake moments. It's one of my favorite interactions between these two characters. Because I love the way that she reframes that for both him and partially the audience. And it's also, like, again, about her being a little bit self-aware without saying that she's being self-aware about it. I like that scene a lot.
He's the guy you used to work with?
Yes.
Sorry. Forget I brought it up.
No, it's okay. Have you ever met someone and thought to yourself, they are the personification of this word?
I'm happy that you kept this in. There are a lot of people that kind of shit on this scene. I really like it. It's a big glimpse into, especially pre-Volume 6, or no, it's not pre-Volume 6, it's pre-Volume 7 Blake. This Blake is a very rigid, she's a very inward-looking person. She always stays so close to herself and sees, I wouldn't say she sees the world in black and white, but she sees the world in a very certain way that is very her. She sees the world in her view, and it takes the events of Volume 6 to really break the crystallization that Volume 4 gave her. And this is one of those scenes that really frames what kind of a headspace her character is in, because, like, as she explains, she meets people, and knowing them, she categorizes them as one thing. And that one thing frames every single interaction that she has with that person in the last 4 volumes. And that's a really interesting detail about, like, her headspace. I really love this scene. And I'm very glad that despite the the huge amount of people who don't like it. I'm happy that at least I think Soul and Random Words truly understood what this scene does for Blake as a character.
Okay, well, I remember getting to know Ruby and thinking, this girl is the embodiment of purity. After a while, I saw Weiss was defiance, and Yang was strength.
What am I?
Jury's still out on that one, but I'm leaning towards Ernest.
Yeah.
At first, I thought Adam was justice. Then I thought he was passion.
Yep.
But over time, I realized I was wrong. He wasn't any of those things. He was spite. He won't accept equality, only suffering for what he feels the world did to him, and his way of thinking is dangerously contagious. That's what worries me about Ilya.
She was your friend, huh?
She was.
You know we're going to have to face her eventually.
I know.
So, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to try and help her the way you helped me. I was drowning in guilt and fear. I tried to push you away, but you didn't give up on me. And I can't give up on Ilya. It's about time I saved my friends for once.
That removed it. Oh, wow. Interesting. The scenes that we're going through with this episode. This is a very short episode, might I add. This is one of those where I'm like, wow, there's a lot less content in here than I remember. Because Soul is cutting out. Like, Soul and Random Words are cutting out quite a bit. But, yeah, I'm again, very happy that they kept that scene in, because I do truly love it, and I love it as it is a representation of Blake's character. Now, what Blake said there is interesting, because Sun's only frame of reference, if we're looking at it from this perspective, is the fight that they had. And I think the Volume 5 short with Blake, although they could be switching around the order of that too. I don't know. Because we saw the Weiss character short last time, so we might be getting the Blake one and the Yang one even too. But yeah, Sun's only encounter with Ilya has been the fight in Volume 4 up to this point. If we remove that scene with, like, in the public gathering, that definitely creates more of an intrigue for him as to what kind of a person Ilya is. And it also does for us too, because we haven't really seen her up to this point. Like, I'm trying to think about this from a perspective of someone who hasn't seen Volume 5 before and is being shown this as their first experience. That's an interesting way to do it, because it really frames Ilya's character as a lot less prone to violence. It makes her turn at the end of the volume, like at the tail end of the volume, a little bit more believable, because there's a lot less resistance from her, and it really frames her as someone who's like who is genuinely believing that she's doing good to the Faunus for doing this. Interesting way that helps me. Man, interesting choices being made all around. Let's go to here.
Did he age backwards?
He's possessed!
Or reincarnated.
Oh, isn't it weird?
It is very weird, yes.
Okay. Let's all just take a second and remember that this is very overwhelming for everyone.
Oh my god. Are you gonna... I really only have one problem with this scene, and it's one that Soul has actually made into a gag, and he's kind of shat on it several times, and it's that one shot that lasts for like 15 seconds, where it's it's him on the chair, like twirling the staff, and it's of like a panning shot of the group while he talks. And it's one of those shots that really always boggled my mind too. I was like, why is this shot so long? Anyway, wonder how they're gonna change that.
Sorry. It's just, I've never really met huntsmen and huntresses before.
Well, we've never met a person with two souls, so first times all around.
Not to break up the whole getting to know you game, but we need to have a talk. Mind showing us your little parlor trick, kid?
Yeah, okay.
Interesting that I assume they removed the, just so you know, I'll still be here, because that is what causes Ren and John to look at each other. Also, I wanted to talk about this, because there seems to be there's a common thing that, like, RWBY's outfits across seasons are wildly varied in people's likability of them. Like, people do love her volume 1 through 3 outfit. People seem to adore her volume 4 to 6 outfit. And there are some people who are correct in that the volume 7 to 9 outfit is peak. The 7 to 9 outfit is peak. Shut the fuck up if you don't think so. That outfit, that look on RWBY is so good. I do enjoy the 1 through 3 look. Here's my hot take of forever. I don't like RWBY's 4 through 6 look. I don't know what it is about it. I don't even like it in the concept art. I truly don't understand the appeal of the 4 through 6 RWBY fit. It's one of those where I was like, really? Couldn't have gone for anything else. I don't know what it is. I don't like this outfit on RWBY. I just don't. Sorry. Just had to put that out there. Had to say it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. Like, literally everybody else is on Team Juniper. Or a Team Ranger. I love their outfits, but RWBY's, I just can't get behind it. I truly can't. And, you know, the fact that the pauldron should be over here because he's holding his shield with this side and the sword with this one. But that's neither here nor there. But I just don't like RWBY's outfit in this volume. I'm sorry. Interesting that you added several like sound effects for other things, but you didn't add like a breathing sound effect there, because that was something in the original that I was like, there isn't a breathing sound effect for Oz Oscar when he goes. Like, that would normally signify a breathing sound, but
it is so very good to see you again, students.
God, Aaron Disney.
Professor Ozpin? Correct. And though I may be the one speaking, Oscar is still present mentally. He's merely handed over the controls, so to speak. I'm afraid this all must be very perplexing.
And alarming, and bizarre, and just...
That's new.
I'm afraid this all must be very perplexing.
Those blur lines were not in the original. That's something they added.
And alarming, and bizarre, and just really kind of hard to believe overall.
It's good to see you children still have your sense of humor. I know you've all been through tremendous hardship already. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not your fault.
It's all my fault.
It quite literally is. Side note, I love fucking Aaron Dismuke, dude. His voice acting work, just in general, is so good, but I do genuinely believe that his work in RWBY is his best. Like, shit on RWBY and Rooster Teeth all you want to. First off, most of you are wrong. This is a genuinely good show with very high points, and while some of it is not the best, there are dips in quality that can be quite insufferable. The majority of this show is great, but what you cannot say is that the voice cast doesn't put 100% of literally everything into their work, because the voice cast for this show is, one, kind of fucking nuts, but two, everybody just puts in work. I don't really think there's a single weak link from Volume 3 onwards. Like, everybody that was hired for this show does such a good job at what they do. Like, they're just such good performers. I would even say, like, the back half of Volume 2 and onward, just solid voice performances all around with everybody. It's really, really good stuff. And it's surprising considering a lot of the main cast is like they're Rooster Teeth natives, so it's like they're not like professional grade voice actors, but a lot of them do just exceptional work.
I told you once that I made more mistakes than any man, woman, and child on this planet. And I wasn't exaggerating. For thousands of years, I have walked the surface of Remnant, living, dying, and reincarnating in the body of a like-minded soul. It's an extraordinarily strenuous process on everyone involved.
So what are you?
I am the combination of countless men who have spent their lives trying to protect the people of Remnant. With every rebirth, my soul is eventually merged with another. And I am changed. But my memories stay with me. This curse was bestowed upon me by...
Oh man, I love this shot. This shot is so good. Again, like, there are some great shots in volumes 4 to 9, but they're fewer and far between than I would like them to be. I would have loved for the camera work to take steps up incrementally, but it really seems to only get good, at least to me, a lot of the camera work in 7 and 9. 4, 5, and 6 have some dicey camera work, let's just say, and Volume 5 is unfortunately it's the worst offender in that regard. It has, in my opinion, the worst camera work since Volumes 1 and 2, which Volume 1 more so than 2, but can't really blame Volume 1 for that.
The gods, because I failed to stop Salem in the past, but we must stop her now.
And how do we do that?
We start by ensuring the safety of the Relic of Knowledge.
This is perfect! We were stuck at a dead end, but now we can just take little cute boy Osmond to Lion.
There was a scene that was before then that broke up this conversation. And now the characters are probably teleported.
Heart and having 6 things straight.
Please don't call me that.
Yeah, we're not sure that's the best idea.
But I thought the headmasters all took their orders from you.
That was the intention. 4 lieutenants I can trust, especially during times of reincarnation. But Crow told me about your meeting with Leonardo. He isn't just behaving irrationally. He's disobeying specific instructions I had left him. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I don't want to rule out any possibilities either. Now, we have 2 steps ahead of us. The first is enlisting the aid of more huntsmen.
But the Mistral Council
doesn't own every huntsman in the kingdom. And I've been here enough times to know where we can find some more.
So long as they're trustworthy.
You can trust them to put up a good fight.
I always found it interesting that there isn't a score in this scene for very much of it.
I'll throw together a list tonight.
Good luck with that.
I forgot about that bit, actually. That was a little bit of a jump scare for me.
What's step 2?
Getting you four into fighting shape.
But if Crow's out looking for huntsmen, then who's going to teach us?
Yeah, this is where the score kicks in.
Well, I believe I was the headmaster of Beacon Academy. Just don't expect me to go easy on you.
They removed the shot entirely. Thank the Lord. Lord, blessed be. Blessed be to Smaller Soul and Random Words. Holy shit. Thank you for just cutting out that shot entirely and keeping what's great about that moment. Also, I never... pausing at such great times, because what the hell is this frame? That's really cool. Like his eyebrows. Like his eyes just go gray and silver. That's not a important color in RWBY. What do you mean?
You've got to be kidding me.
This is the scene, no? That I was just talking about?
Come in.
Sister Ilya, thank you for meeting with us.
How may I be of assistance?
Please, stand.
Jeremy Lee, by the way. Wonderful VA.
What's our next mission?
Containment. With the CCT tower still inoperable, we have the luxury of control over the flow of information.
The Belladonnas are the only remaining threat to Adam's assault on Haven Academy.
And so, they must be silenced.
Silenced?
They stand in the way of true progress for our people.
We would never put such a burden on you alone, of course. Your brothers and sisters will be at your side. But your relationship with their daughter makes you an integral part of this operation.
Blake?
We know how close you were with young Blake. Rest assured, Taurus has requested she be taken alive, but we cannot risk having her present to defend her family.
But the people of Menagerie...
We'll come to understand what happens to those who speak out against the White Fang.
And we'll be left without a leader until our victory is complete.
A necessary sacrifice, Sister Ilya.
Okay. I see where you're going with this. They removed the speaking out at the public service announcement, the Gira public service announcement, and then removed a lot of her more callous undertones in this scene and just replaced it with her vulnerability. I like that. I was also in the boat where I believed that Ilya would change, but I did find it a little bit too easy considering the vigor at which she held herself in this volume thus far. And I really like that they're lessening that vigor while keeping all of the vulnerability. And I just like the way they're doing it.
She's right to worry about the citizens. It's possible they may come to see Gira as a martyr.
It is a risk we must take. Yes. Brother Yuma, did you see to Gira's messenger?
He rests beneath the waves, along with his warning.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Oh. And you're not even going to have the bit with Adam at the end there. Okay. All right. Just a second here. All right. All right. So, RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Chapter 3. Good stuff all around. Like, that was pretty good. Again, there were some things that I appreciated the removements of, and there were some things that I didn't. However, this was just a solid episode. I would say that my favorite one is still number 2, because just the focus, the hyper focus on Weiss was really well handled there. And I also really liked just the flow of everything that was happening in that episode. And then I would say this would be next, and then it would be number 1. I have a lot of problems with that first episode. But I liked it. I liked this a lot. So, well done on the parts of Soul and Random Words. I have no idea if Random Words has seen this yet. I know that Soul has, definitely, of course, because he commented on, I believe it was both of the reactions that I did prior to now. This is another series along with Has Been Hotel Season 2, which is going out Mondays, and this is going out Fridays, that I won't be releasing until the full thing is done. So, yeah. This has been my reaction to the Smaller Soul and Random Words project, RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Chapter 3. If y'all like what you saw here, leave likes, comments, all that happy jazz about what you thought of, like, the reaction itself. Reaction list is pretty full, so I won't be asking for things like that. So that's about it from me. Peace in due time. Hello all, welcome back to RwAoNrDdOsM Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today, we have RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 4. I literally just got back into, reacting to this little series from Smaller Soul and Random Words, and I thought that, seeing as I'm here, I would continue it. So, let us bring up the episode, and here we are. So, we have skipped past the intro because nothing really changes in the intro. We've got our headphones that we've got right here. And yeah, I think we're just gonna get into this one. Last episode was interesting. There were some things that I did agree with, and there was a lot that I just kind of yapped about. Maybe this episode will be less of the yapping and more of the talking. However, we do only have like 12 and a quarter minutes total of this episode, so this is going to be an interesting one to see how much content we can garner from the episode. So let's go. Okay, so we're getting the Yang stuff, potentially the Raven stuff. That'll be interesting, because I know that this season, or they've changed it to contain 10 episodes total, I think. With the finale being like half hour, so
How much further, pal?
This should just about do it.
Oh man, like just this frame emphasizes the color shift. Man, her hair is so much more yellow. Like, I'll talk about it maybe later on during a certain scene, but man, this is good. This is good stuff.
You wait here. I'll go up ahead and make sure the coast is clear.
I love that shot. That's, oh man, that little bit of subtle sass of like pre-volume 4 Yang it's really nice to see. And I love that she kind of instantly clocks that this is a trap that he's setting. Fuck this guy, it's one of those deals. I love that she instantly clocks it. Like, she doesn't trust him even for a second. Oh man, the sounds. Hell yeah.
I can't believe you were dumb enough to let me lead you here.
And I think, sorry for pausing. That's what we do here. If you don't want pauses, go somewhere else. Pretty sure you've already noticed that by now. And that's why a lot of people don't like my channel very much, because I pause probably too much for them. But, you know, fuck those guys. I think that this guy is actually voiced by Yuri, right? Yuri Lowenthal. Let me look that up real quick. Shady Man. Or, because he doesn't show up as a character. Volume 5. No, it's not. It's not Yuri who voices him. Who is it? Who voices Shady Man? And that is his name, by the way, which I absolutely love. Who is it? Look up. Clifford Chapin. Wasn't he... trying to get who he is. Sorry about this. You can skip ahead if you want to. I really don't care. This is something for me, and I recognize that. Who is he? Because I think he was in RWBY already, wasn't he? He is just Shady Man. Never mind, I was wrong. It's not Yuri. It's Clifford Chapin. Interesting. He and Yuri have very similar voices. At least I think so. Interesting. I just realized the score here is so tense. I really enjoy it.
Is this everyone?
Yes, little lady. This is it. Well, unless you count the whole rest of the camp back that way.
That way.
Yes, that way.
Good to know.
Now to pay me back for this tooth, we're gonna take your bike. And you're gonna take your lumps.
And I always love the acoustic guitar there. It's so... It's got Yang's motif, if I'm correct. But I love... Something I like Volume 5 for is... It's not so much that I don't like... Because I've said it before, like, Volume 5 is my second least favorite volume. Ahead of Volume 5. Or ahead of... Wow, words. Ahead of Volume 2. Volume 2 is easily my least favorite. And the reason I don't like Volume 2 so much is because, again, I explained it in the last video. I feel like you could split that up into both Volumes 1 and 2 and still have a cohesive experience that way. I recognize why they didn't do that. Because they were just kind of starting up and they didn't want to, blow their whole fucking budget on one season of a show they didn't even know was going to succeed. But Volume 5 is... I think I'm really going to appreciate this volume more after this, because it is such a mess in terms of its structure. The writing is... It's okay. It's definitely not the best that RWBY has to offer. But what I love about... Holy crap. I am yawning a lot this reaction. I didn't sleep very well last night, so sorry in advance. But something that I really love Volume 5 for is the atmosphere and the general vibe that it has. Despite not having the best writing or nearly the best action, especially towards the ending, it's the atmosphere and the tone is just right. Volume 5 is the perfect mix of the tone of volumes 1 through 4 and that of 6 through 9. I really enjoy the tone of volume 5 and like the atmosphere that it has around it, and especially like the mood in terms of its lighting. It's so warm and there's something so cozy about it almost. I know that that is one of the few things that is sung in terms of praises about this volume, and I definitely agree with that. I think it's a phenomenal volume in terms of that. But yeah, oh man, there are a few things that I do genuinely love, and there are some scenes in this volume that we'll get to that are actually some of my favorites in the show. It just sucks that they're in a volume that is so messy. I think that's the best way I can describe it. It's a messy fucking volume.
You got the jump on me last time, sweetheart. You really ought to think twice about fighting all... All right. Get her!
I've always loved this fight scene. It's very tactile. Like, compared to pretty much every other fight scene in the series, this is one of those where it's like the athleticism conveyed by pretty much everybody in this fight is very real. A lot of the fights in RWBY are, you know, very rule of cool and hyper action, and there's not a lot of, like, there is weight to the abilities and the weapons, but I feel like sometimes the characters can feel a bit weightless. This is one of those fights where it's very tactile and very like it's so calculated.
Get her!
Like, oh man. And it uses slow-mo very interestingly, because that moment where Yang is up in the air, that's actually a slow-mo shot. If you like that's a slow-mo shot with, oh my god, Jesus Christ. That his chest, his ribs are broken. That man is not getting up in a while. I love that he just fucking has an AK, I guess. It's not an... Don't police me. I'm joking. I know firearms better than most people. But yeah, that's a slow-mo shot right there that just happened with her, like, raising her fist to get him. And then that in-between frame of her flipping, and you can see his eyes, like, going towards her. That's a slow-mo shot. And then, that's a slow-mo shot of her flipping back. Oh, man. And yes, this is... I'll bring it up in just... Another slow-mo. This is, it might have been a little bit of volume 3 in chapter 10. But this is really the volume where it started to get kind of ridiculous battlefield stretching. Because we can go back to about... There's actually a panning
You really
shot.
ought to think twice about fighting all...
Hold on.
That way. You hear?
Is this it?
Yeah, hold on.
I can't believe you were dumb enough to let me lead you here.
Yeah, this is the size of the battlefield. Just this. However... there's not enough space there, Rooster Teeth. There's definitely not that much, and there was definitely not that much space. And then suddenly, we're only this far. It's not something to actually critique the show about, but it's a noticeable animation detail, and it's like, I wonder why that is, like, because it's not just RWBY that has done that before. It's a lot of projects, and I've always wondered, like, why do that? So yeah, this is the size of the battlefield. And it's like, well, where did all that distance come from?
Are you? It doesn't even matter. When Raven finds out what you did, you're dead.
Possibly, but I doubt it. I'm her daughter, after all.
I'm dead.
Interesting what we're doing here structurally. One brawn, one to the other? Is that what we're kind of showcasing here? What was I going to say? Not too many changes with that one. Again, it was a lot of like cutting up lines. It was... The action scene was, kept for the most part. I think I might have heard some like extra sound effects, maybe. I don't necessarily know for sure. But it's just punchier scenes. So
regular or the special?
I'm actually looking for someone. Goes by the name Shiro Wan. Ever heard of him? I heard he's a regular around here.
Who's asking?
Hey, I'm not some cop, if that's what you mean. I need Shiro for a gig.
So, he's a friend of yours?
Yeah, I'd say so. He's a pretty alright guy.
Well, in that case...
This is interesting. Because if I remember right, we didn't get this until... I want to say... Because, like, when it was mentioned, it was either episode 2 or 3 in the original. And then, because of the weird structural length of Volume 5, this was held until... I want to say it was either episode 6 or 7 that we got the reunion. I think the reunion episode was, well, let me check, because I've already pulled out the phone once this reaction. Why not do it again? The reunion episode is episode 7. And somebody is taking a shower. Yeah. I think that this was either in episode 5 or 6. So we are jumping ahead either 1 or 2 episodes. Maybe more. I don't necessarily remember a lot of like the distinct timeline of volume 7 because or volume 5 because it is one of those volumes where a lot of the events kind of blur together in my mind, like a lot of the episode events. So it's like I might not be too sure about that. But yeah, we're jumping ahead at least 1 or 2 episodes with this section here. So.
You tell that jerk that he better not show his ugly face in here until he pays me the lien he owes me.
Did I say friend? I meant acquaintance. Really, we're just colleagues. Thanks for your time, buddy. I'll just be taking off now. Great start.
This is one of those sections that I wish people paid more attention to. This is one of the sections, one of those scenes that really highlights the idea that Remnant is a grimdark world with hope punk people. I think Miles or Carrie said in an interview that at one point that like Remnant is a world where humanity is pushed to near extinction. There's like, I think that they said it was like 2 million people, like 2 to 2.5 million people in total. Now get this, you'd think 2.5 million people total, what, in each country, in each town, or each region, like Vale, Mistral, Anima, Atlas, and Vacuo? No. It's 2 to 2.5 million people total in the world. That's one of those details that has always stuck with me because it really paints the picture that even before Salem came along, humanity is a dying species in this world. Like this is a civilization. Like this is barely a civilization hanging on by the loosest of possible threads. And then Salem does what she does. It's a bleak fucking existence for the world of Remnant. It's so fucked up. And this is one of those scenes where it's like, it really paints the picture that everybody knows each other. And because everybody knows each other, when someone dies, it's devastating. It is a fundamental shift in your life if just one person is lost. And I think that's one of the elements of RWBY that I really love, is that it treats loss of life with so much care. Every single person that dies in this show is given a spotlight. Like they are given a frame, or at least a few seconds, just to say, this is another casualty in this war, in this very, very bleak, hopeless world. And that's why the core cast of RWBY is so great, because, again, hope punk people in a grim, dark world. It's so fucked up. And that's one of the big draws of RWBY. Again, like, hope punk people, it's about extending your hand and giving a sense of, for lack of a better term there, hope for an existence that's fundamentally just suffering. Man, there's a philosophy behind RWBY, and its world and its characters that I'd love to tackle in a video someday, because I just find it very fascinating, the sheer depths of darkness that is in this world that Rooster Teeth created. It's very fascinating stuff. But then, like, the dichotomy of that to the characters is... it's really, really interesting. I love how bro is just like, stop being dramatic. What are you doing here? And then this scene. Ugh.
Heather Shields. Oh, hey there. I'm looking for Heather. Look, pal, I've had a rough day. Do you know where she is or not?
Daddy? Does he know where Mommy is?
I'm sorry to bother you.
Yeah, and that instant regret from Crow realizing what's happened here. It's just gutting stuff. And again, this is one of my favorite scenes in all of RWBY. It's so small. It's so... like, it's a quiet scene. And, like, that beginning of him, like, like, that's played for laughs. But the second you get to this bit, it recontextualizes the entire scene. It's like, fuck. It's really well done stuff.
How much did Shiro owe you?
Well, I'd say about 16,000 Lian.
Gotta love that in medias res.
Wait, what? Man, you must be in some serious trouble with him if you're paying me off.
His name is clear.
Yeah. That idiot.
Yeah.
Again, quiet scenes. And that, I think, is really what this volume excelled at. It didn't do great with the action. It didn't do great with the structure. But what it did quite stunningly was character building through tiny scenes. Tiny, quiet moments that really informed that this is what this world is, and this is what these characters are in spite of it. And I love that. I love that very much. Man, I'm thinking of it right now, and like, because it was in chapter 4 that we got the hug scene, and I don't think we're gonna get into the Known by Its Song section yet, so yeah, I love how you can see the cage in the back there. Yes, I wish that this bandit tribe was more identifiable, like having a signature emblem or something like that. But I do like the layout of it. This is one of, again, like speaking to the fact that like this is able to take out a village like Shion, which is like it had a functioning inn, it was big enough to have, you know, huntsmen attached to it, but this is maybe 30 people. Let me see here. This will take a bit, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then counting Vernal and Raven. This is a 40 camp tribe. This is 40 bandits. And it's like, that's enough to take out a village. And it's like, again, really emphasizing that this is a small world. Like, this is a humanity, like an extinction level of humanity remaining world. It sucks on Remnant. It's one of those fictional worlds where I can't see anybody wanting to live there because it's so bleak. And this is technically her first appearance in the volume, if we're looking at it.
Yang.
Right. I'm sure this is all very overwhelming, but I must admit that you've proven yourself. So any questions you have, I'll be happy to answer. You can stay with us tonight. I'll even have the cooks whip up something for you.
That's not why I'm here.
What was that?
RWBY is somewhere in Mistral. She's with Crow and she's going to need my help. I just need you to take me to her.
And why would I do that?
Because we're family.
Family. Only coming around when they need something. I have to say, I'm disappointed. After all, you found me, didn't you? Why not take that drive and use it to find your little sister if she really means that much to you?
Because you're going to save me time. RWBY was heading to Mistral. There's no guarantee she's made it there. But Dad told me how your semblance works. You could bond to certain people. And when you do, you could create a portal that takes you straight to them. You've got one for Dad, one for me, and you've got one for Crow. Make a portal to my uncle and sister, and I'll be on my way.
Oh, aren't you stubborn?
I get it from my mom.
I'm not sure if I like the way that scene was cut up. There was the entire beginning section that was missed. And that beginning section is Raven kind of saying the whole of like, you found me, it took a long time. Then referencing the saving, but it's like I knew you had the motivation, the drive, the will to do what it is you want. And I feel that's a big part of Raven's character. Raven is a character that lives and dies by self-determination. Like, actions of the one to define the self. And I feel like that section is a big part of why Raven is she's definitely wary about Yang in this scenario, but it's why at least here she definitely has a respect for Yang, because Yang is that, like, she lost her arm and she still found a way to bounce back and to get here. Like, she didn't know why, but it's like Raven saw that and was like, that's the drive that I have. There is part of me in her, and I think it's what allows her to kind of let her guard down and say, like, I'm impressed with that. Let me tell the cooks to do something, and you can stay here and I'll answer every question you have. That is the determining factor. That Yang had the drive to do this on her own. And it's why Raven respects her to that degree, and I feel like some of that was missed in this scene. In this version. I disagree with that. So.
Well, if that's how you feel, then it sounds like we're done here. Take her away.
But the second that she brings up family, she brings up the idea that family is always there for each other, Raven backs off, because I feel like she realizes in herself that she preaches that to such an absurd degree, but she knows that she has no authority to speak on the fact that family should be there for each other. She knows that with Crow, she knows that with Tai, and she knows that with Yang. Summer, we still have yet to see, because I do have a feeling that there was a familial connection between those two. Absolutely. Like a sisterhood between those two that died along with Summer. And I feel like that's one of the reasons. Well, no. Never mind. I'm not going to say that, but again, it's an interesting thing. Raven is easily one of the most complex characters in the show, and I really, really like her subtext.
Did you not hear me? I said, send me to Crow, damn it!
That's enough! You watch your mouth in front of our leader!
I find it funny how, like, damn isn't that big of a swear, but for this show it actually kind of is. And that's why that is.
Make me. Yang? Weiss?
All right, well, subtlety is out.
I feel like by ending it the way we did in episode 2, we didn't really get to see the buildup of like the tiny one, because we've always seen the night, the Gigas summon as like the big one. We never knew it could be small until that moment that she summons it in the cell. So I feel like that's a little bit of a missed opportunity, but I can see where the idea was here by not making it obvious as to where she is. And I said that in the episode 2 reaction, and I respect it. But I feel like this is one of those areas where it could have been better relayed, and it could have been... I feel like the way that RWBY did it isn't great, but I feel like there's a little bit of even that lost transitioning to this. Although I do love episode 2, that's still my favorite one.
What are you doing here? Well, that's my mom, and she could take us to RWBY. Your mom kidnapped me? You kidnapped her?
They said the thing! There are a few lines in RWBY that are the pinnacle of, like, comedy. That's one of them. That line exchange is so goddamn funny. It's so good. And it's one of... I want to say it's one of... Like, it's top 10 jokes in the show. Period. It's so good. I love that exchange of dialogue.
Enough! Thank you. If you people don't keep it together, this place will be crawling with Grimm. Give the girl her weapon back. You two, in my tent. Now.
Sorry about...
Such a good moment for
I
these
missed
two.
you so much.
And home playing.
I missed you too.
Ugh. Then I'm with you, I'm at home. God, it's such a good moment. Hell yeah. Interesting framing for the episode. Yeah, let's get to the post-episode discussion. Okay, so yeah, RWBY, Volume 5 Redux, Episode 4. This was a good one. I will say that, again, I didn't like every change. I feel like the Raven scene was the exchange between Blake and Raven needed some touching up. I feel like that did not need the cuts that it got, because I think, again, little character moments are what this volume banks itself on, and I feel like that's one of those moments where it really helps us get into Raven as a character who already has such... She already has such little grace in the fandom as it is. So to have her... Like, that's a scene that really establishes her character. And to have that shafted, I don't particularly like that. But other than that, I think this was a good episode. I think my ranking so far, once again doing this, is going to be 2, 3, this, and then 1. I admittedly, like, in comparison, especially to 2, because 2 is just the best one so far, I think that this one, like, up to that point, this one was going to be at the same level as 3 or 2, but then that Raven scene kind of deflated it for me, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that was kind of a missed opportunity to keep that kind of as it was, you know, exchanging, like keeping the quality of the scene while dumbing down some of the runtime, because there are a few of the awkward pauses. But yeah, I really think that's it. I don't have much else to say other than that this was kind of a, like, episodes, this and number 3 are kind of like middle of the road in quality. There's not a lot happening, but I'm liking that Soul and Random Words are kind of finding a middle ground between like the tense actiony stuff and like setups, and they're trying to formulate these episodes where each of them has an arc, and I feel like the arc in this one was like Crow, Yang, and Raven. So yeah, that's about it from me. We've reacted to RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 4. It's gonna be about it from me. Peace. In due time, everybody. Hello all, welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today, we have Smaller Soul and Random Words with RWBY Volume 5 Redux. Wow, it's really hard to say like that full thing. Episode 5. We are officially halfway through, which is crazy for me to admit. It's only a little bit ago since I restarted this series. It was only actually 3 days ago. I've reacted to episode 3 then, and then today I'm reacting to both episodes 4 and 5. Maybe even number 6 tonight. So yeah. Last episode we left off with the lovely touching moment between Weiss and Yang. That is always a highlight of this volume for me, and I think I just want to get into it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut over to the video right now. All right, we have skipped to the end of the intro because, you know, the intro. It doesn't really change. And we're just going to get into it. This is episode 5. I don't know what exactly we're going to get, like, I'll get here. So let's see where it goes.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Why?
Fine. Okay. Cool. Gotcha. So I had actually talked about this in the episode 3 reaction. I was like, are we going to get the Blake character short or even the Yang character short? But here we fucking are. Damn. Awesome. Really cool. That. Good stuff.
Why'd you join the White Fang?
Why fight when I pass for human? It's okay. You're not the first person to ask. I know I look just like any other human girl. And for years, that's how I was raised. We lived in Mantle with the other Faunus working the mines. But my parents wanted something better for me. They managed to enroll me in an Atlas prep school. Imagine that. A little Faunus girl from Mantle going to the City of Dreams. I felt like a princess. But I had to follow a set of rules. No bringing friends home, no talking about my parents, and absolutely, under no circumstances, was I allowed to change colors. No one could know I was a Faunus.
That sounds terrible.
It wasn't.
This is always an aspect of this show that, like, the Faunus discrimination. I want to talk about it more in, like, the review series I want to make for RWBY, like I'm doing with both Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel and Murder Drones. I respect the fact that RWBY wanted to take a stab at an issue that has been surrounding, you know, the human existence for as long as it's existed, along with the themes that they have done well at, like mental health, recovery, death as a concept, moral and systemic rot. But this is one of those cases where it didn't work. Who knows? Specifically with Murder Drones, a lot of my opinions on some of the characters changed as I was writing that review. The Hell of a Boss, not so much. I have a feeling, because I'm currently writing the review for season 1 and 2 of Has Been, I'm getting the feeling that my opinion on one of those characters is going to change as I write that. But this is a case where unless something really mind-blowing comes to me, I don't think that my opinions on this conflict of this show is going to change ever. Because I could see where they were going with things, but the racism plotline of RWBY wasn't handled very well. I think they had an okay start with it, but the further the show went on, the less of a problem it was, and the more prevalent the notion that it wasn't something they were equipped to handle became. I understand, again, why they went there, because it is a common issue, and it is something that, you know, revolves around a system of humanity. But it's a case where it's like, I don't think they were equipped to write this kind of material, and especially in the way they initially went about it as well. Yeah.
It was confusing at first, but it wasn't hard. Especially if it meant being an Atlas. Sometimes the other girls would say things about the Faunus, and I'd say those things with them. Because I felt like I was one of them. And then there was a cave-in at the mines. I was at school when the news broke. Apparently, one of the workers tripped while handling some agitated dust crystals. The explosion caused a chain reaction. And my friends snickered.
God, Jeremy Lee. What an actor. She's so good. Jeremy Lee is one of those voice actors where I see her in anything. I have an immediate urge to check that project out because her voice acting chops, she's just stellar. She's just stellar. She nails every performance that she's in. Even the Homestuck pilot, which, by the way, I didn't decide to react to that because Homestuck is one of those properties where it's like, I could, but you can see my hesitation. Maybe I'll react to it if there's enough want for it, but that's a case where I don't know, because it's one of the foundational properties of the internet, and that's a big hole for me to try to step into. So yeah, I don't know about that one quite yet. So, just throwing it out there. But yeah, Jeremy Lee, her performance here is so good. It's interesting when you look at the variety of voice actors that are in this show and the caliber of the actors that are in this show. But honestly, people have talked to said voice actors about it, and it's like, these guest actors remember this show very fondly. And, at least to me, a lot of the guest voice actors that were on here, maybe they didn't have a lot of screen time or a lot of voice lines, but some of these actors put in genuinely some of their best work. Aaron Dismuke as Oscar, and Jeremy Lee as Ilya. And yes, I will say, even Chris Sabat as Watts. Jen Taylor as Salem. Fuck. Like, some of these voice actors just put in some of their best work as actors into this show, because they knew I'm going to tread this ground carefully. I think that RWBY is good. It is genuinely good. But there's a capital B attached to that but. It is also a show with a lot of missed potential. I think there is an inherent draw to a show that, as I explained in episode 3, it is hope punk characters in a grimdark world. I think there is something very fascinating about that. The elements of the show, you know, wow, I just realized what a tangent this is, but like, the elements of the show, the semblances, every weapon is a gun, the character names being synonymous with color is an intriguing, like, intrinsically, not intriguingly, but it's like, it's a concept that is brimming with creativity for people to get into. This is a world that is designed to be built by a community. And that's why the fandom for the show is as rabid as it is, because there's so much here. And I think the voice actors knew that. I think the voice actors knew that this was a show that they needed to put the best of themselves in. For better or for worse, I think RWBY is the best example of a show that is brimming with potential. That's not something that every show has. You can debate me on that all you want, by the way. RWBY is a show that is potential. Like, every single concept of this show is potential. And whether they worked or whether they didn't is up to personal interpretation. There are some things that I think did amazingly well. RWBY's arc in Volume 9 being one of them. And there are other people who vehemently disagree with me on that. As someone who has depression, who has gone through very, very similar, scarily similar scenarios to that of RWBY in that volume, the extent, not necessarily, but I relate to that arc so hard. I think it's one of the best things that the show has ever done in its long run. And I hope that they build on RWBY's characterization in that volume. Very similar to how they did, actually, in the Justice League Part 2 movie. Those movies aren't exactly very well liked by the fandom. Their reception is bad to mid-fine at best. I kind of enjoyed them for what they were. It's a show that is community-oriented, all that happy jazz, but yeah, voice actors, Jeremy Lee, they did exceptional with these roles. I genuinely believe that a lot of the voice actors in this show put in, like, some of their highest in their career. Like, genuinely. This tangent probably went on for way longer than I wanted it to, or than I ever thought it would. So, let's keep going.
I lost control. Every inch of me turned blue as I wept. And suddenly, all the girls that I'd laughed and played with were scared of me.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I broke their teeth.
That, speaking to the voice acting, That's one of the best delivered lines in the entire show. You can fuck right off if you disagree. Need to
I broke their teeth.
The smile, the sneering smile that you can hear that Jeremy has on her face while she delivers that line. It's so good. I love her performance as this character. Ilya is one of my favorite performances in the show. Easily top 10. Because, oh my god. Like, I genuinely think she has, along with that, she has two, top 20 line deliveries in the whole show. That being one of them, and another one is in this volume. She's so good. She's so good. I love this performance. I adore it so much. And Ilya's character in general. I do really like this performance. It's so good.
What happened?
He got away. I'm sorry.
Nice that we... Oh, okay, we are showing. Wow. Okay. Damn.
Hey, Blake! You ready to go?
Be right there.
Interesting. Getting that and then right to this scene with the note. And it really speaks to what I said. Wow. In episode 3, like, making Ilya's turn seem a bit more believable. It's showing that she is capable of darkness. I broke their teeth. But like the hesitation in that moment, and then her not causing the outrage at the gathering, and now here, this is a ploy, but I like what they're doing with Ilya here. Yep. This score always... Oh, man. Oh. Huh? Interesting. So we've got Blake and... Okay.
Man, Oz wasn't kidding. Oscar's picking up on this stuff fast.
Gosh, I'm so sorry!
Yes! I did it! Oscar?
You forgot to engage your aura again.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because this method makes you less likely
to forget. Always love that line delivery too.
Mind if I give it a shot?
Not bad, Miss Rose. But Oscar doesn't have the years of training that you do. Or I do.
Well, maybe we should, take a break.
And now, a multi-millennia-year-old man decks out a child.
The next time you want to throw a left cross, remember to push off with the appropriate foot. And as always, do be aware of any openings.
Got it! Huh? Hey, are you okay?
How is this so exhausting? Your body isn't used to this kind of training. Not to mention generating a defensive aura on your own. But in time, it will become second nature, allowing you to deflect attacks and gradually heal your wounds. After that, you can begin focusing on your semblance, whatever that may be.
Semblance?
You know! Like your very own superpower! Everybody's got one.
Ooh. Big, huge miscalculation here. That might be... Wow. That is directly negative to Jean later on. Not explaining that is such a detriment to him. Not only that, but it's also a detriment to Ren in volume 7 and 8 with his semblance as it evolves. Wow. I'm not happy about that. That knocks this immediately down. That's one of the biggest miscalculations of Redux. Holy. That's that. Ooh. Because not only does that scene give more Ren and Nora screen time that we are desperately missing in this volume so far compared to the original, but God, wow. I wonder what they were thinking when they removed that. Because that, oof. Big fucking oof on that one. That, I don't want to say that's worse than a lot of the cuts in episode 1, but that's close. That's one of those scenes where that's an important scene for a lot of things moving forward. I don't like that at all. I'm sorry. That is the change so far, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, like more than the Jean bit in episode 1, more than anything in the last 2, that immediately knocks this down to, like, that's my least favorite change. So this is probably bottom of the ranking. Like, I'm happy that we got the Blake short, but wow. That pretty much, to me, discredited that entire scene. I'm sorry. Wow. That's a wild miscalculation right there. Oof. Sorry to be so harsh, but wow.
You're really getting better, huh?
Yeah.
Are you hungry? It's almost dinner time.
I was about to call it a night anyway.
So, you've never fought before?
Just the occasional small grim. Nothing like this, though. It's strange. I've only had this cane for a few weeks, but I feel like I've had it for a lifetime. Longer, even. I sound like a crazy person.
I mean, yeah, just a little. But at this pace, you'll be combat ready in no time.
Yep.
Well, I'll see you upstairs.
How do you handle all of this?
What do you mean?
I'm scared. I'm more scared than I've ever been in my life. Than I ever thought was possible. I always knew that I wanted to be more than a farmhand, but this? Who would ask for this?
Beacon because we wanted to help people. But you're right. None of us asked for this either. We just have to press on and
How
hope.
can you be so confident? People have tried to kill you. The world's about to go to war all over again. How are you okay with any of this?
If you fuckers cut out a single line of dialogue here, I will be pissed off through the entirety of the rest of Redux. This is the, and I mean capital THE, the scene for this girl as a character. And especially after Volume 9, this scene is so important for her. If y'all cut out a single word of this, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. We'll see.
When Beacon fell, I lost two of my friends, Penny Polandina and Pira Nikos. I didn't know them for very long, but that doesn't change the fact that they were two of the most kind-hearted people I'd ever met. Pira thought that if there was even the smallest chance of helping someone, that it was a chance worth taking. And because of that, she died fighting a battle she knew she couldn't win. And Penny was killed just to make a statement.
I'm sorry.
I am scared. But if it had been me instead, I know they would have kept fighting too, no matter how dangerous it was. So that's what I choose to do. To keep moving forward. Come on. If we don't hurry, Nora's gonna eat everything. It wouldn't be the first time. Hey, Oscar. You're braver than you think.
She really is remarkable, isn't she?
Yeah. She must have been one of the best huntresses at Beacon, huh?
In some ways, yes. But in many others, no. She has her quirks, her faults, just like everyone else.
This must be really hard on her, too.
It most assuredly is.
You know...
You did. You cut out the Ozpin moment. That was part of this scene. And wow. Again, gross miscalculation. I'm actually kind of pissed at that. That... Yep. This is... I'm sorry, this is the worst episode of Redux so far. Wow. That's another one of those scenes, along with the crow scene, that it's an integral piece of not only building the world, but especially this scene for RWBY's character. I'm sorry, that's... No. Can't remove that. You can't remove anything with this scene. You can cut out the dead air, sure, but... Wow. I'm disappointed in that. I am. Sorry, but I'm very disappointed in that.
You and your teammates might as well be the poster children for the Huntsman Academies. Your motives vary, but you all enrolled to...
You removed another one of the most iconic lines. You know, you're really obnoxious. I'm not angry at that one, but after that really upsets me.
try and make the world a better place. Some people are just in it for the money and the fame, but there's even more that are just looking to grow stronger. Your Uncle Crow and I didn't attend Beacon to become huntsmen. We did it to learn how to kill huntsmen. Daddy and Uncle left that part out, Aside from the Grimm, huntsmen were the only ones capable of ruining our raids and hunting us down. Our tribe needed a counterforce. And Crow and I were the perfect age. The entrance exams were child's play compared to what we'd already been through. We were good. So good that we caught the attention of Beacon's very own headmaster.
What's your point?
This is... I get what Soul and Random Words were trying to do here with Raven. Again, knocking off for that Raven bit last episode. Or was that? Yeah, that was last episode. But, like, I get what they're trying to do. She is very direct with Yang especially. But again, especially because of that last episode, the respect isn't there for her to be so direct. The respect, she isn't conveyed well enough here. Maybe it might be a bias that either of them have for Raven. I don't know. I actually don't know Solar. I definitely don't know Random Words' opinion because I don't know Random Words. But, man, she's not being conveyed very well here. Like, this is not a good representation of Raven in this project. Sorry. Wow, this episode really is not great, especially in retrospect, you know, with that last episode in mind.
How much do you know about Professor Ozpin? About his past?
He was a prodigy, one of the youngest headmasters to be appointed to a school.
Because the man you know as Ozpin designed those schools, and has followers inside every academy on Remnant that are loyal to him and no one else. Because Old Man Oz has a great and terrible secret, one that could spread fear across the world. The creatures of Grimm have a master named Salem. She can't be stopped, she can't be reasoned with, and she will not rest until humanity crumbles at her feet.
Why should we believe any of this?
Now you're catching on. So far, you've done nothing but accept what others tell you, but you need to question everything. Otherwise, you'll end up just as blind as Crow. And your fool of a father. A father.
They added that shadow. That wasn't there in the original. Nice. Doesn't mitigate any of what I said, though.
Don't you dare talk about my family like that!
Yang, please. Listen to your friend, Yang. Your teammates never let you down before.
You don't know the first thing about my teammates! About me! You were never there! You left us! Why?
I know more than you realize.
That was really well done. The fade of the red to the... That was really well done. Nice little shifts, but the big things are pretty unforgivable.
Why?
I know more than you realize. Not just about you, and not just what I've been told, but things I've seen with my own eyes. You said Ty told you all about my semblance.
The little monologue she has there. No. Ugh.
Well, I doubt he ever told you what Oz did to my brother and me.
Mom?
It's a great camera shot.
Yang, are you okay?
I'll be fine once we could get her to take us to RWBY.
It's okay if you're not okay.
You didn't believe what she said, right?
That was a good thing to remove. I feel like that was a deadline.
I've seen that bird before.
Maybe it belongs to your mom?
How did you do that?
Well, I could explain it to you. Or you could ask your uncle.
You're letting us go?
I'm giving you a choice. Stay here with me, and I'll answer all of your questions and more. We can have a fresh start. Or you can go back to Crow and join Ozpin's impossible war against Salem. And meet the same fate as so many others.
All I care about is making sure my sister is safe. Ugh.
I feel like the dead air there was necessary because that's her kind of reconciling with the fact that she's kind of saying to herself, okay, this is it for me. I can't have this. I can't have family. And that's when she... Sorry.
Yang. If you side with your uncle, I may not be as kind the next time we meet.
You aren't kind this time either.
I know.
This isn't right. I get one or two of them, but all of them? Raven? Oh.
I'm not sure if I actually like that or not, but I'm leaning towards more liking it. I'll be honest. That one's okay.
Yang, I'm so sorry. I should have stayed.
I love you.
Oh, wow. This scene still kind of hits. What the fuck? Oh god. I've seen this at least 100 fucking times. Oh man.
Weiss.
Oh, that melody coming in. Yeah. Sorry. Let's get to the post-episode thoughts. Wow. I'll admit it, this was very easily, definitely not my favorite episode. I don't like this one. Yes, the ending's cool. Like, the ending is sweet because that scene has always been very sweet. Yes, the beginning is nice because we get the trailer there. Or the Blake character short. But otherwise, this was largely an episode that I disliked. From all 3 of the scenes that were included besides those bookends, from all 3 of those, there were significant pieces that were removed. And especially in that Raven one, the scenes that were removed from the previous chapter made that scene worse in retrospect. I'm sorry. Wow. I didn't expect to not enjoy this episode. Like, I didn't expect to, like, be this critical of it, but wow. Yeah, this was a misstep. This was definitely not the direction I wanted it to go. Because, like, I was excited for episode 3, and then episode 4 was... oh, man. Yeah. I liked episode 3, and it's better than episode 1, but then I'd say 4 was worse than episode 1, and then this, I think, is the worst one. I have a feeling that this is going to be the weakest. So I'm not... I could be a lot angrier than I am, is what I'm saying. But I have a feeling that Soul and Random Words they had a plan, obviously, because it's done. But, man, this is a case where it's like, this episode was pretty disappointing. I expected them to treat those 3 scenes with a lot more care. And I don't think they did. I don't think there was care put into them, especially with what those scenes have to offer. I'm sorry that I'm going as hard as I am, but if I'm going to be honest about this series, I'm going to be honest. This was the first time I have to say, like, that was a bad episode. That was not good. Genuinely, that was not good. I'm sorry. To Soul and Random Words. I know that a lot of work went into this project, but that episode was not good. So, with all that being said, I've been Winter. We've reacted to Smaller Soul and Random Words, RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 5. If you like what you saw, leave likes, comments, all that happy jazz. Small and Random Words, if you see this, I'm sorry, but I gotta be honest. That's about it for me. Peace, everybody. In due time. Hello, welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today, we have RWBY, Volume 5 Redux. We have Chapter 6 today, originally from, Smaller Soul and Random Words. Last episode was kind of disappointing. There were some things that were removed / left out that I really can't get behind. I'll be honest with that episode. That was hard for me to get through. Hopefully, we have a much better one tonight. This is the third and final episode that I'm going to be recording tonight. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or the day after that I'll be doing stuff for the next batch, which I want to be episodes 7 through 9, and then I'll record the finale probably the day after that. So yeah, that is the plan. Let's get to the episode. Alrighty, we have episode number 6 of RWBY Volume 5 Redux. Let's go. Whoa. This is from the Atom short, no? For Volume 6? What are we doing here? Are they gonna kill Sienna this episode? Because this is... If we're looking at it structurally, this would be where we first see her. Like, this. Right there. That's where we first see her. if we're looking at it this way. Holy shit. Also, she's so pretty. She's so fucking pretty, guys. I love Sienna's design. She's so cool. I love her. I wish we got more of her. Wow. Oh my god, they're gonna kill her this episode. That's the play here. Oh my god, that's really smart. And it also leans more into Adam and how pathetic he is at the end of this volume compared to where he starts. Wow. Okay. Fair play. Wow. Huh. Cool, I guess. It makes a character arc for, I guess, like a self-contained episode arc for himself and Sienna. Cool. Wow.
Please, we're just trying to pass through.
Well, you animals passed through the wrong town.
There's no need for violence.
Lion eyes. His fighting style is so cool, and it's such a contrast with how pathetic he is as a person. It's so funny. Like, yeah. Yeah. Cranberry juice ass blood effects, by the way. Yeah, Adam, I want to... That'll be a tangent in one of those RWBY... like, in the RWBY reviews. Oh, boy. That'll probably be safe for the Volume 6 one. That's what I want to do. I want to do it per season. Everything great about RWBY, unfortunately, probably isn't going to happen. I know that I promised that a while ago. My desire to look at RWBY in a more analytical way has definitely shifted since then. My stance on RWBY has shifted because, yes, I recognize that it has problems, but I want to delve into it more, and I feel like a scripted analysis instead of just words, ding, is a much better way to craft a review of this series, because I definitely think it actually deserves more than just the dings. So Adam is one of those characters that he needs like an entire section to himself.
You're all freaks!
And again, like I was talking about in, I believe it was last episode or episode 4. Time is blurring together right now. But it's like the way the show treats death. Like that's one guy. That's a racist fucking guy. But even his death is treated with a sense of gravity. There's real loss there. And like Gira's face was like, I didn't want this. I didn't want someone to fucking die because of this. Like I wanted to resolve this. I didn't want anyone to die. It's, man.
That wasn't necessary.
Yep.
This is the very reason they think they can treat...
Kira!
He saved your life.
That was amazing!
Blake, I'm sorry. I told you it was an accident.
Was it?
Huh. Is that how that transition was in the original, or was that like a Star Wars ass wipe cut? Because I don't remember it being like that in the original.
This wasn't the first time humans have died on missions you led. How many more accidents are there going to be?
I don't know. I'm out there fighting for us, and when you fight, people get hurt. What, do you want me to just abandon our cause? Like your parents?
No! I'm not saying that. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought them up. I just get scared when it feels like you don't believe in me anymore.
He's such a piece of shit.
I never said that.
Wow. We are this is interesting, the way that they're framing everything here. Not quite making it about the relationship between her and Adam, but still presenting it in a way that makes us hate Adam even more. Like, significantly more than the Volume 3 events. Man, he's so pathetic. He's just a guy with a nice looking sword and a cool outfit, but other than that, he's just pathetic. And I love that a certain group of people got so angry, because very often that has been reflective of those people. So, yeah. She's so fucking cool, guys. What a baddie, dude. Side note, I actually like that they brought these guys back for this volume, because I don't believe they were seen past volume 2, and then they just showed up in the Adam short here. Ooh, the shadow there, actually. Yeah, the shadows. Look at this. The lighting is very clean. Like, the muzzle flashes actually create, like, shadows and lights. Nice. Yeah. He's petty and pathetic, but God, it's so rule of cool, and it is cool. And I love how they've made the reds more red here. Also, they're not killing. Jesus, that frame. Okay. But that's gotta hurt like a motherfucker. Getting bonked in the head by a fucking rifle. God. Ooh. The blood. There's like blood effects. Those definitely weren't in the original. That's a new addition. Yeah, because there aren't shadows of it. Just... yeah. Jeff Williams. Like, people clown on Jeff for his voice, and like his caterwauling, his screeches, but I really like them. They're very visceral, and especially in these kinds of tracks, they work. And dude's got range. Like, he can reach fucking up there. I wouldn't say he's got a bigger range than Casey, but I wouldn't say he doesn't either. Like, their ranges are pretty comparable. I think he can actually go lower than Casey can. I don't know if he can go necessarily higher, but he could definitely come close.
Adam. Let's move.
The shadows are
You continue
very
to
shadowed.
be an extraordinary resource to this organization.
Yeah, the swipes and the wipes, they're really well handled. I'll admit it. Like, got some good stuff.
Everything I do is for the Faunus.
I'm sending you back to Vale. You're to assume control of the Brotherhood there.
Thank you, High Leader.
Adam, if you continue along this path, you might just find yourself standing beside me at my throne.
Oh, wow. We're skipping the entire... I like what they're doing with the Sienna narrative, but the dinner scene is one that, again, it's one of those smaller character moments that I really love. I just gotta learn to cut my losses, I guess.
So, Salem, it's all true?
Miss Zhao Long, is this more or less what your mother told you?
For the most part.
You forgot something. You forgot to tell everyone what you did to Crow and my mother.
What is she talking about?
Oh, great.
That's not a secret I thought she would give up so easily. Your mother must trust you a great deal. Much like the maidens, I too possess a certain magical power. Using this power, I was able to gift the Bronwyn twins the ability to see more, to move freely and be unburdened by their natural bodies. Well,
I never noticed the score in this part.
Gave them the ability to turn into birds. Rather ridiculous sounding out loud, isn't it?
Wait, what?
What else is new?
Okay, so have you...
I like that. It's less of a, like, them being in disbelief at it. And, like, they've gone through so much in the last few months that it's like, what else is new? Just another thing to add to the pile of bullshit that's happening in this world. It's a good touch.
done this with others? Like General Ironwood or Professor Goodwitch?
As helpful as that might be, unfortunately, it is not that simple. My power is finite, and if I'm being honest, dwindling. You see, centuries ago, I sacrificed a great deal of magic to 4 young women, who I hoped would use my gift for good.
Also, you cut out a pretty important beat here. Yang. Her anger at Oz is fueled by the distrust that Raven sowed in her. And that is a very important element because she's never really been a follower of authority from the beginning, but this really feeds into her character with, you know, her mother, with Oz, and especially in the end of Volume 7 and all of 8, Ironwood. I specifically point to Volume 7, Chapter 11, Gravity. The face, like the seething rage that comes off of her when Ironwood says that like that he's going to abandon Mantle. The face that she makes there always was one of those moments where I was like, oh fuck. Like she's oh man. Yeah, that's one of those moments. And this moment right here, the moment that's in this scene where she like stands up and what is wrong with you? Why would you do that? That's one of her distrust in authority / Ozpin moments. Removed it. That's another point down.
If we're going to help, if we're going to keep risking our lives...
What the fuck? Wow, wow. Let it be reminded, Soul and Random, that nobody knew that it was Oz who created the Maidens. Y'all have watched the show. Think about this from the point of view of someone viewing it for the first time. It might be implied that that's the case. There may be clues, but there are some people who don't catch on clues. That moment where he admits that he's the creator of the Maidens is a jaw-dropping moment for a lot of audiences. And then the moment where he turns around and is like, I understand the gravity of this, so if you're here to fight, awesome. However, there's no shame in retreating, so if you want to, feel free to leave. That's such an important piece of Oz's character. It's the fact that he knows that this isn't a quest that's for everyone. And I love that, yes, he's a little bit of a manipulative bastard in the terms that he kept so much from them, but he gives them a choice. That is the one thing that's always consistent with his character. And by removing that moment, you remove a fundamental piece of his character. Wow, these last 2 episodes have really frustrated me. The cracks are starting to show. Like, episode 1 was, like, I was worried, but then episodes 2 and 3 really helped me be like, okay, we're finding a groove. That moment with Raven in episode 4 was a bit of a, like, that's a little bit weird, but I can handle it. These last 2 episodes, you've cut out fundamental pieces of the show. Like, fundamental character moments in the show. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm very disappointed by that. And this, I just took a break to, like, eat, so I wasn't even really focusing on the fact that I was frustrated at that last episode, but that's as much as it was a fundamental piece of the semblance development, that was a fundamental piece of Jean's character and Ren's and Ruby's last episode with Ozpin's speech there, but you've missed 2 characters here as well. You've missed a fundamental part of Yang and Oz. Wow. I'm sorry, that's... Ah, man.
No more lies. No more half-truths.
Understood.
So, what now? I mean, what can we do?
The road ahead is undoubtedly filled with hardships and peril. However, it has been far too long since you have all been together. Please, take tonight. Enjoy this moment.
Don't let her
Come
beat
on, you can do this.
Can do it.
Show them what Team Juniper's made of.
Interesting that was shown before this, but we're still skipping parts of the dinner scene.
Definitely feels like the original. I'll give you that.
Yep, but it does have some new features.
Oh, yeah?
Did she win?
Yeah, skipping the dinner scene. The moment with Yang and the moment with Oz. Wow. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, because episode 1 cut out bits and pieces that were important, but not entire sections. Wow. This is probably going to be below episode 1. I wouldn't say it'll be below episode 5, but yeah, wow, these last 2 episodes have, oof. Ooh. Whoa. Interesting little bit there.
You're up early.
Hey, sis.
Also,
You're up.
that's in the Emerald Forest. She wasn't there for that. That moment with the Ursai. But details.
You're up early.
Hey, sis.
Boop.
What are you doing up?
Can't fall back asleep.
Me neither.
Well, fortunately, coffee exists.
Oh yeah, nice white strikes again.
I will pour this on you, and it will burn.
Oh, cut out the... I at least would have kept the... Don't worry, I put blasphemous amounts of cream and sugar just for you. I still would have kept that, but...
Can't believe we're actually in Mistral.
That's what you can't believe?
I honestly wasn't sure if I'd ever see you two again.
Well, here's to defying expectations.
I still love that Ruby just dons it all in the background. And I love that Yang especially just doesn't look back.
Yeah, well, she made her choice.
What's that supposed to mean?
She said the thing. She said the thing, guys. Weiss's character can officially be over. She said the thing. What's that supposed to mean? That is her phrase. She coined it.
I mean, she could have been here if she just stuck around. It's no big deal, though. We'll be fine.
Don't you want her here?
Why would I want her here?
Are you still mad at her for leaving?
Oh, whatever gave you that idea, Ruby? No, I'm totally fine. I'm great.
Okay, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down!
Whoa, Yang.
Whatever.
That... Ah, so now we're getting it. I feel like this is going to be largely unchanged. Because we still have... There's normally about like a minute of credits, so... I have about 5 minutes. I believe this was like a 5-minute scene. This is going to be largely unchanged. That's cool. Wish you'd done it for some of the other scenes. But that last scene was largely unchanged. I like the fact that she didn't say just no please, but still think the little bit with the cream and sugar could have been in there.
I'm not going to repeat myself. So I want you to listen when I tell you that the White Fang will not attack Haven Academy.
High Leader Khan, I am begging you.
You should beg for forgiveness and nothing else. The assault you led on Beacon was not the great victory you clearly think it was. And you should be grateful your punishment wasn't more severe.
I was merely trying to follow your example, High Leader.
And what example might that be?
Strength. Strength and unwavering conviction. The humans have seen that strength now.
I was one of the first to suggest violence where violence was necessary. Peace bred complacency, and acceptance of our place in the world. I will not allow humanity to push us down without pushing them back. But the destruction of the Huntsman Academies crosses a line. You have justified humanity's campaign against us, and for what? Empty promises from a group of humans? Humans we still know nothing about, and come and go as they please.
If you want to know more about the humans, then why not talk to one of them yourself?
I want to find a place to pause here. Again, I mentioned this last episode, but this subplot was not wonderfully handled.
Hazel!
Took you long enough.
What is this?
Apologies. I don't aim to cause any trouble.
You've brought a human to this location?
You should hear what he has to say.
This is grounds for execution.
Ma'am, please. Nobody needs to die today.
Hazel is such a fascinating character, and he's one that needs a section of his own, at least to me. Because I think a lot of people have him... Like, there are some people that have him figured out, but... Ooh, there are some people who definitely do not. And I really like his character, so I want to set the record straight with that one.
I'm just asking for a moment of your time.
Love that he takes a knee to it, too.
The less of a chance you have of leaving alive.
I'll take those chances, if you don't mind.
And I love that she sits down after that. She notices, no matter what the cause of it may be, that there is something about him that is... there's an ambition in him that she's... like, the gears are turning in her brain, and it's like, interesting. Like, he's willing to bet his life just for a chance to talk. I'll hear him out. I like that detail. And it really speaks to, you know, Hazel as a character. I like that. I like that moment. Just talking about the show itself.
You don't like me. You have no reason to like me. But you don't have to like me to get the results you want.
I'm starting to doubt either of you fully comprehend what it is that I want. I want humanity to fear the Faunus, to know that we demand respect. I do not want to start a war with the humans that we cannot win.
That's where you're wrong. We can win a war against the humans. Not only because we have the support of Hazel's master, but because the Faunus are the dominant species of this planet. We're better than humans. We have everything humans have and more. Humans shouldn't just fear the Faunus. They should serve the Faunus.
I've had enough of this conversation for tonight. Guards, take them away.
Yep.
I said take them away.
I will admit, Sienna, you were right about my popularity.
What are you doing?
What's right for the Faunus?
If you think I'll just step aside and follow beneath you, you're wrong.
I know. Thank you, Sienna.
You were there when our people needed you, but they need me now. I'm sorry you couldn't see this through to the end. Give our former leader a proper burial. All who were here tonight will claim that Sienna was murdered by a human huntsman. Sienna Khan will become a martyr for our cause. Her final act as High Leader.
Potential. Missed with Sienna. I feel like they could have introduced that character design and got a lot more mileage out of it than they did. And the fact that they had her in the Atom short really sells the idea that they had no idea she was going to become that beloved of a character design. And they realized that they had such a good one on their hands because holy shit, her design is amazing. Yeah, it's unfortunate that she as a character was gone too soon. And then...
When were you planning on telling me about that?
This was my business, not yours.
It's our business now. And I don't appreciate you withholding things like that.
Your master was concerned with Sienna's willingness to cooperate. Now she doesn't have to be.
Nobody needed to die today.
And that is the core of Hazel's character. Ooh. And just ending it there. Okay. Got a few things to say about this one. Let's go to the post-episode discussion. Okay, so episode 6. This is interesting because on one hand, I really enjoy the Sienna and Adam thing, but on the other hand, the removal of those 3 sections, the entire dinner scene, besides the one bit with Nora and Yang, which I get that's kind of a Chekhov's gun for the finale section, but then removing the bit with Yang and then removing the bit with Oz, that hurts. That's really kind of fucked up because, again, huge components of those 2 characters. I don't like that those were removed. I'm gonna say it's still 2, 3, 4, 1. Then I'm gonna say 6, 5. 5 was easily the worst offender because I feel like that cut out too much. This I can see as like cutting out parts that aren't relevant to this volume, but at the same time, it's very relevant to the rest of the story going forward. I'm sorry. But I don't really know what else to say here. Again, I'm going to be recording episodes 7, 8, and 9 either tomorrow or the day after. I don't know because I've got some things to do involving, not being in here. It's going out there. Scary, I know. But then I promise the day after that I will be recording the finale episode. So honestly, I really don't have much else to say here other than it was not the best episode, I'll be honest. But it was better than the last one, though that's only by a small margin. I'm really sorry to Soul and Random Words for these last 2 episode reviews, but this one wasn't it. these last two haven't been it. I do hope that episode 7 and onward things go a lot smoother in terms of that, but yeah. So, with all that being said, I've been Winter. We have reacted to RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 6. I believe this one was actually entitled For the Faunus. So if you like what you saw, leave likes, comments, all that happy jazz. Sub if you want to. We got a bunch of stuff coming your way. This month is going to be packed with content, and I hope that April will be too. So, that's about it from me. Peace, everybody. In due time. Wow, that was a good one. Hello all, welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today, we have RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 7. Now, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I know that I committed to reacting to the rest of the series, and I'm gonna do that. But last episodes, the last two, were pretty disappointing. There were significant things that were cut out. There were significant things that should have been there that were very clearly not. And it's a situation where it's like, with only one or two of those, I could see where Soul and Random Words were coming from with removing those two portions. But the rest, not so much. So, what I'm hoping for is episodes 7 through 9, which I'm going to be reacting to today. This is the first of 3 videos that I'll be recording today. I hope they'll be better. So what we're going to do is we're going to put these on, and then we are going to get into the episode. I will be right back here. Alrighty. That one wasn't as good, so I guess it checks out. Yeah, let's do it. Episode 7.
You're free to speak your mind.
I don't understand. Working with bandits? Keeping RWBY alive? What's the point? We're strong enough to take what we want by force.
Never underestimate the use.
Okay. Woofty. So we're starting here. We haven't gotten any of the Lionheart stuff. Okay, we're skipping that scene with him and Watts, which I guess you could try to infer from like Volume 4's ending, but this is episode 7, so this is a long while after that point. So it's like, I would have preferred it at least be Watson, Lionheart walking down the steps and into that room. And then Cinder's line about like working with bandits, that would make sense. If not, I don't know if I agree with that.
Usefulness of others. You will have the power I promised you when the time is right. But remember that it comes with a cost. There's only so much I can do to aid you.
And then you cut out take Leonardo. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you cut that out? Like, genuinely, what's the point to doing that? Because I don't see one. Cutting out too much for the sake... I don't even know if there's a sake here. I'm really sorry. Like, opening up with a negative. Holy shit. 2 negatives, in fact. 2 things skipped that I feel like would have made the scene... Like, the original scene was fine. Again, dead air notwithstanding. And then skipping the Tyrion's tail bit. Because that causes Cinder to kind of look back and kind of have an oh shit moment, revealing the tension even between Salem's subordinates and her. 3 things in one not even 60-second scene. Yikes. Not a great start. Good thing we're going into probably like a top 10 scene in the show to balance it out, but wow. Yikes. Wow. Always been a good shot there.
Yeah?
You cut out that beginning moment where she thinks it's gonna be Ruby, because of course it would be Ruby. Weiss isn't one to be the talkative, emotionally supportive person. Especially not in Yang's perspective, who this scene is mostly based on. Why? I'm actually... Oh my god. So much wrong in such little time.
I know she's our teammate, but I'm not just going to change my mind. I'm sorry, I don't think you know what it's like to be left. You have a giant family, recitals to perform at, dinners to attend.
When I was 10.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Removing the pause. This is one of those scenes where the dead air is not dead. It's contemplative. And specifically, the moment where Yang goes, like, if you're gonna say something, say it. Because that moment of Weiss not saying anything is her choosing her words carefully and considering Yang's volatility in this moment. Again, so much wrong in such little time. Wow.
My dad finally admitted to my mom that the only reason he married her was for the family name. It was actually on my birthday. He missed the big dinner. She got mad. He finally snapped. I think she already knew. Looking back, I think I knew too. But hearing him say it finally pushed her over the edge. First, it was separate lunches and dinners. Opposite balconies at my recitals. A glass of wine here, a glass of wine there. Then it was no dinners, no recitals, a bottle of wine here, and well, you get the idea.
I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have assumed.
You're right, though. I don't know loneliness like you do. I have my own version. And I'll bet Blake has her own version, too.
She doesn't have to be alone, though. I was here for her. We all were. She chose to leave us.
Why do you think she did that? The entire time Blake was at Beacon, she was afraid to open up to people. She tried to keep her past separated from us. She tried to protect us. Eventually, those walls she put up came down. And the moment they did, the one thing she was afraid of actually happened. The universe proved her right.
No one blamed her for anything. If she had just talked to us, she would have known that. How could I be there for her if she doesn't let me? What if I needed her here for me?
I know it's not easy. I wish she hadn't left too. The only thing we can do now is be there for her when she's ready. When she comes back.
If she comes back.
She will. Yang, you, Ruby, and even Blake are more like family to me than my brother or even my own father. I would do anything for you three, and I'm willing to bet Blake feels the same way. So, when she's ready, I'll be there for her. And I know we're not as close, but I'm here for you too.
Is, everything okay?
Yeah.
I couldn't even smile during that scene because I'm very, very peeved. Wow. I'm sorry about that beginning to those of you watching, but holy... I'm gonna use those two words again. Gross miscalculation on the part of Random Words and Smaller Soul. I don't know where the hell your priorities were at during that scene, but especially in that beginning, it was not to preserve the scene. That was... man. I'm not liking this, this back half isn't exactly appointing me. Check this. Okay, we are at like appropriate sitting level. Gotcha. All right, let's continue.
Hey, Ugly!
Raven, we have a problem.
First of all, that effect isn't in the original. I remember because it's just them stepping out of the shadows. Wow. I guess now that you're placing this here instead of where it should be in the volume, which is earlier, Watts wouldn't be with Tyrion. But still, it doesn't... If we're looking at it that way, it doesn't make sense for him to be here now because he'd still be with Leo. So, win some, you lose some there. And then cutting out the actual...
Raven.
Cutting out the actual, like Emerald spinning the blades, I mean, this is a problem of the original too, but I think it's more prevalent here. It leads into the fact that Raven doesn't know what's happening, and she's in the tent in the middle of the camp. So it would stand to reason that the fight would be overheard. I would have actually put... I wouldn't have put this here. I would have skipped over this entirely and just had Raven coming out. Personally, I think that's what I would have done.
We have a problem.
What is it?
Salem's found us. 4 of her followers are waiting to speak with you.
Right. Okay. Bring me my helmet. I don't recall inviting so many guests into our home.
Don't be too upset with them, Raven.
You missed the line where you've all lost your spines, which that is what causes Cinder to say, don't be so upset with them. Another line that adds to her character in regards to the tribe aspect of things.
Your men simply recognize the power of a maiden when they see it. Which is why we'd like to have a word with you.
I know all about your master, but I don't believe we've met.
I'm Cinderfall. This is my associate, Arthur Watts. And my disciples, Emerald and Mercury.
2 children you've tricked into following you, a disgraced Atlesian scientist, and a fall maiden with a surname so appropriate she probably picked it herself.
Technically, I was also a doctor, but I must say the rest was spot on.
No matter how much I'm not liking how this is structured, and believe me, I've got issues with this one. If this keeps going this way, the post-episode discussion is not going to be kind with this episode. However, Chris Sabat is just fucking... That line is delivered. That's another one of those, like, I wouldn't say that's top 20 lines, but it's like top 30 or 25. That line is so good. Just gonna...
Appropriate. She probably picked it herself.
You
know. Technically, I was also a doctor, but I must say the rest was spot on.
Actually, ass.
That's what's kept me alive.
I'm afraid the only reason you're still alive is because you have something our master wants. Of course, if I'm wrong.
Vernal!
So, this is the long-lost Spring Maiden. Prove it.
Vernal has done well under my guidance. I'd take that into consideration before you try anything.
The maidens are merely a means to an end. Salem's true desires are the relics locked within the Huntsman Academies. Come with us. Allow Vernal here to unlock the Relic of Knowledge, and all previous acts of defiance against Salem will be forgiven. It's the best deal either of you are going to get.
You talk as if walking straight into Haven will be easy.
That's because it will be. Headmaster Lionheart is loyal to Salem now.
We would know that if more of his scenes were included. However, you regretted to put the one that was in that beginning moment, and you've honestly, besides episode 1 and the meeting scene, you've really forgot to put him in the volume. I think that is something that is in the original. Like, we do see more of Lionheart, and it's a piece that Redux does not quite have over it.
All we need is the key to the vault.
I need time to think this over.
You don't have time. In 2 days, Haven Academy will be destroyed by the White Fang. You're going to choose now.
So, are you with us?
Should have kept in or against us, because that implies more so than that wide shot that if there's refusal, this this tribe is going down right now in flames. I feel like that line works for that moment.
Agreements like these are built on trust. And forgive me for saying, but I don't trust a single one of you. You're going to need to give me more.
You are in a poor position to negotiate.
I want my brother dead.
Crow?
That's right. He knows I have Spring. And if I help you get your relic, he's going to become a problem. Crow doesn't trust me, but he does trust Ozpin's other lieutenants. If Leo really is loyal to you, then you can order him to invite Crow right into an ambush. He arrives at Haven, we take him down, you get your relic, and we all leave happy.
You have yourself a deal.
Wait. Don't think I don't see what you're after.
I'm not liking the way the rest of this is structured. However, I did like that. Those red flashes call back to Volume 8. Nice. And it does lean more into the fact, the very common criticism, that all of Cinder's scenes in this volume, including this one in the original, are about her grudge against RWBY. So, and then in the finale, like, she pays no attention to RWBY. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, Cinder would feel about it that way, but she would, like, go after RWBY, try to kill her in the battle, and it's like, there was a bit of a disconnect in terms of that. Yeah. That is the first change that I've actually liked. I'm not enjoying pretty much anything else about this episode. I'm sorry. Ah, man. And we've only got 5 minutes left. This is definitely going to be a shorter reaction.
Yes, Vernal?
I followed them as you asked.
Did they spot you?
Of course not. They have a ship 2 clicks west of here. Looks like they're staying there for the night.
Thank you, Vernal.
This is the reaction image. Man.
Do you actually believe they'll let us go once they have the relic?
Of course not. They'll never leave us alone. Once our purpose has come and gone, we'll be discarded. If we want to have any chance of defending ourselves against her, then we need this relic.
Ah. That's what the rest of this is going to be on. And, given that we normally have about 40 seconds of credits, this scene is only going to run about 4 minutes. Which, if I'm correct, in the original, it's quite a bit longer than that. So, there's going to be stuff skipped here, which is not great.
Ilya? I'm here. Ilya, I know you're scared, but you don't have to be. My family and I, we can keep you safe. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I feel like that the speech that that Blake gave there was, you can cut that out. She said a bit more there, and then Ilya cutting her off from saying anymore and then shortening that little bit after I'm sorry, you know, boom. That works a lot better in terms of the pacing.
Wait. Ilya! What are you doing? I tried to warn you, Blake. I'm sorry. Don't tell me you're sorry. But I am. I am sorry it has to be this way, but you and your family are holding the Faunus back. Because we're trying to protect people? In what world do you live in where attacking the innocent is the right thing to do? The same one as you. There's no such thing as innocent. There's no right thing to do, only what's best for us. I don't like hurting people. But I'll tell you this. It's gotten us results.
Yeah. Look where it's gotten you.
We all have to make sacrifices for the greater good, no matter how much it hurts.
And you think killing me is really for the greater good?
No. But getting rid of your family is.
You wouldn't. You can't! I won't let you!
I know. That's why you're being sent to Mistral. To Adam.
Ilya, please! You don't have to do this. This isn't you!
Yes, it is. But I guess back then you were just too busy falling for Adam to notice. I wanted you to look at me that way. But we can't always get what we want. Yuma, with me. You two, get her to the docks.
Let's go, traitor.
What?
I feel like it was cut in a way that serves what's going on, and it serves to heighten the tension. There's something about it that feels very stilted. Like, it felt very awkward in some places, especially with Ilya leaving. Feels like there wasn't enough time for this to happen and for them to get there. I don't know. Man, this episode is... this episode's frustrating me. But, very similarly, as I was just saying, again, Blake not calling him out is... that serves their surprise better, so I can't be mad at that. God,
Thanks for the backup.
that sound is that crunchy in the original. Like, dude, Blake just fucking decks her.
Thanks for the invitation. You okay?
No. You heard Ilya. My family's in danger. Call the police and let's go.
Right.
Come on, Mom, pick up.
Ooh. Whoa. This scene was a lot brighter lit in the original. We're seeing the muzzle flashes. Cool.
Get down!
Wow, this has to be like custom done.
Get out of my house! Here!
Go find my wife!
I believe it's time our dear chieftain stepped down, brother.
say about this one. Let's go to the discussion. This was the worst one so far. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to be so negative with these last... Yeah, with... Hell, not just with the last 3. Since episode 4, so the last 4 episodes. I have not particularly enjoyed my time with Redux. Up to this point. Again, it was really only episodes 2 and 3 that I genuinely liked a lot of what they were doing there, but it seems the last 4 episodes, there's been a noticeable dip. I don't know how to feel about that. I'll be really honest. Especially these, 4 wasn't awful, but these last 3, I really haven't enjoyed these. I've really only enjoyed certain aspects of them or specific scenes. Unfortunately, I didn't find a full scene that I didn't have an issue with. I'll be real. This episode, there wasn't even a full scene that I genuinely enjoyed. Because every scene here... Well, again, the last one didn't have any, glaring issues, but I still feel that it felt, very stilted. I don't know why it was that, but I don't know. This episode just was not it. Okay. These episodes have normally gone on a bit longer, so... But I don't know what to say here, because I had very little to talk about. I just... Wow. Okay. I think that's going to be about it for this one. Again, I want to get to episodes 8 and 9 tonight. I want them to be better. Here's to hoping. So, I've reacted to RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 7. I've been Winter. Comment, sub, all that happy jazz. I want to get to the next one. This is the worst episode so far, and I hate that it is. So, sorry. Peace in due time. Hello, that was a good one too. Welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today, we are here with RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 8, from Smaller Soul and Random Words. I'm coming into this one with a fresher state of mind. I just got up. I just got, myself a little bit refreshed. I want to go into this one and try to look at it with a clearer eye. My hope is that this is just the Belladonna siege. Because I guarantee that the 2 after are going to be the Battle of Haven stuff. So I hope that this is just the siege on the Belladonna mansion. Other than that, I really don't have any expectations for this one. So let's get into it. Alrighty, here we have RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 8. Let's go. This is a really short episode. I checked it last time. There's about 23 seconds of credits. So that means we only have about, at max, 10 minutes this episode. So we've got a shorter one today. Today, because you guys are seeing these on different days. Let's go. Yep. Belladonna Mansion. He's a fucking beast. okay.
Dad, where's Mom?
I'm not sure. I got ambushed right away.
Once we take down Corsic and Finnick.
No, go now.
But
Blake, go!
I won't let you down, sir.
Shut up.
You got it.
I'll admit, they're doing well with the action. I said it before in the other episodes, but this, the action in Volume 5 is very slow, and there's a lot of breathing room in between specific beats. What Stolen Random Words are doing here is they're doing a really good job of cutting those out, but keeping all of the actiony bits in. Like that just flowed. That was about a minute and that was about a minute and 10 seconds of just well flowing action. That was good. That was cool.
I told you, I didn't want this.
But you're still here.
I don't have a choice.
Of course you do! Just stay out of my way.
What I love about RWBY is that the music is always attributed to the episodes. Individual tracks for individual episodes, for individual scenes. And Blake's, especially, her action sequences are always really cool because they always have the piano trills in her motif. It's really cool. I love Alex Abraham, okay? As a composer, he's so fucking good. Doesn't mean that Jeff and Casey aren't good. Casey is one of my favorite vocalists of all time, and Jeff is a phenomenal instrumentalist who also utilizes leitmotifs in a very satisfying way. Alex Abraham, though, very undersung in his praises for this show. He put in fucking work. I noticed that they cut out the dialogue there to keep the action. I feel like that's a good choice because, like, they're in the heat of the moment. They're not focused on, like, talking to each other. They're trying to fight. Man, I'm loving the way that they're lighting all of this. Like, because I don't remember the muzzle flashes being that white. Or that bright, rather. I don't remember them being that way. I don't remember the lighting being that good. Again, it's credit where credit's due. They really made the lighting stand out for Redux in a way that the original Volume 5 didn't have. And wow, this is a great example of that.
Because I run away too much.
Sorry, Dad.
This is a great shot, by the way. This is a wonderful camera shot. It's only like a few seconds, I think. Let me track how long this is. So from the end of 4:38 to it's only like a 5-second shot, but it's one of the most memorable in the volume because of just how it tracks their movements throughout that bit.
Quit taking pot shots and fight me like you mean it!
There it is. There's that other line. I said in, I believe it was episode 4 or 5, I believe it was 5, that there are 2 lines that Ilya has, that Jeremy Lee delivers in this volume, that are like top 20 delivered lines in the entire fucking show, and that is the second one. I fucking adore the way that that line is delivered.
Quit taking pot shots and fight me like you mean it!
Like, she just goes for it there, man. I know that people are gonna say that the second one should have been, I don't know what else to do. I appreciate that line. But to me, at least, especially in this moment, I feel like there's just something so much more visceral about the fight me like you mean it line. Like, she's actively, I wouldn't say that she's trying to get herself killed here, but it is a situation where Ilya is feeling so much right now, like so fucking much, that it's like she's essentially saying, if you're gonna fight me, try to kill me. Don't waste your time here. And there's almost something admirable about that. Like, she knows what she's doing is so wrong to the point where she's avidly risking her life for this. Again, I don't know. I like the way that that line represents who Ilya is in this moment. One more time.
Quit taking pot shots and fight me like you mean it! You used to see things the way I did.
I love the way that the exposure, like the added stuff to the lighting and the saturation and all that, is making the inside of the fire look like real fire. Because it was like very animated fire in the original, but these white centers are exactly how real fire operates. That's really cool.
The way Adam did! If no one's going to do anything to stop the humans that attack us, then the only choice we have left is to attack back!
You're wrong. There's always another choice. Ilya, please. You're a good person, but you're making all the wrong decisions.
Shut up!
Is this really what your parents would have wanted?
I don't know what else to do!
Oh, fuck. Ugh.
I don't know what else to do.
Wow. Ugh, I forgot that. With the music and just the way that that shot is framed. Oh, fuck. That line still hits really hard. Oh, man. I have my issues with this volume, but fuck, that line is... Ugh. The way that they presented it, the presentation is so good. Yeah, this show, ugh. I love this show. I love RWBY. it has a way of bringing emotions out of me that not a lot of other shows do. Fuck. Ugh. Not. Yeah, I'm gonna play it back because fuck.
The wrong decisions.
Shut up!
Is this really what your parents would have wanted?
I don't know what else to do! I don't know what else to do.
Blake!
This motherfucker just still keeps going. That's such a JoJo moment right there. Like it's not to the same extent, but it's one of those where it's just like that's very just classic anime shonen energy right there. Whoa, what the fuck? There we go. Gonna have to cut that out. Yeah, it's just a fuck it, why not kind of a thing. The way that I can't tell which one it is. I can't remember because I don't really care enough to be honest. But like the way that his efforts, the one who just screamed that, I always thought that was hold on. I have to be correct about what I'm saying here. I always thought that was Jesse Grell, because of the effort sound there, like that. That, and then, like the way that the ADR is done there, it sounds like a lot like Jesse Grell. So, just had to bring that up because it's something I've always thought that. I don't know if it's the case. I don't think it even is. But it's one of those where it's like, I could definitely see it, even if it's not.
Go help Blake!
On it!
Oh, here it is. Here is the moment. The thing that Monty wanted to do for the entire time. Like, he wanted to bring this back so much, and then they finally found a way to do it again. So fucking cool.
Stop! Please.
I feel like the black screen could have gone on for like half a second longer to increase the dramatic tension. I don't know. It's not a huge deal though. What a fucking beast, by the way. Oh, I see what you did there. That was cool. So this is an interesting thing on the wiki. I believe by either Miles or Carrie, it was confirmed that the reason that the explosion happened there was that the crystal, like the dust crystals in the weapon, burst when the wood hit. But that wasn't like conveyed very well in the show proper. So nice touch there, like adding the impact frame on that. That was cool. Yeah. Nice. We love impact frames here.
Mom!
Hell yeah, Mrs. B. Although I will say, we didn't get the pan over the head. Be disappointed in that, because that's like one of the most badass moments in all of RWBY, when she just rushes at him with the fucking pan. Crazy fucking moment, but not a detriment to the overall episode.
What have you done? You ruined everything. Everything!
Ooh, that theme kicking in. Bro got stabbed in the back and is still carrying.
Get in there! Search for any stragglers! And Finnick? Was it worth it?
I'm telling you, it's another human attack. But aren't those white thing members?
Keep her voice down. Would set fire to the Belladonnas.
Humans didn't do this. We did this. Faunus. We're just as capable of hate and violence as the humans, but I don't think any of us would jump at the chance to point that out. This is the message Adam Taurus will bring to the world if no one stops him. But we can stop him. I understand that to ask you to leave your homes and protect Haven Academy is asking you to put your lives at risk. But that's what's at stake. So I'm going. And I'll stand by myself if I have to. I'll stand with you! If you'd have me.
You're not going anywhere.
Let her come.
Huh? You're just going to forgive her? After everything she did?
I am.
What does she think she's doing?
She's learned a lesson that evaded me until I was much older. That there is strength in forgiveness.
I'll go.
I'll go too!
I'll stand with you!
Looks like we've got work to do. You stabbed me.
Ow!
There. Let's just call it even.
We have about 2 weeks before Adam's attack on Haven. We're going to need shields, training, whatever we can do to protect as many people as possible.
We'll need transportation too, for everyone.
I think I know a ship captain who owes us a favor.
Okay. That's where it ends. Sorry that I didn't pause for a while there, but I'll explain in the post-episode thoughts. So, this is going to end up being the single shortest episode because, honestly, I don't have a lot to talk about here. I didn't pause because there was nothing noteworthy to pause about. This was just a very... I didn't have anything... This was probably the first episode that I'm the most neutral about because there weren't any egregious changes to the positive, but there weren't any very egregious changes on the negative side either. It was cut very well. It was organized in a way that was it was very clean to watch. It was very cleanly communicated what was all just going on in general. I think that the ways that things were shortened were good. They helped create a better flow. There just wasn't a lot to talk about this time around. I'll be honest with you guys. This'll end up being the shortest one because it was just so clean. And especially that ending, I don't feel there was anything that was yes, Blake's speech was shortened, but it worked. And that ending ended exactly where I probably would have ended it too. This is the Belladonna Siege episode. And it was just good. I don't really have much else to say, to be honest. This is a very neutral, positive episode. I would say that right now, I think I said it was 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 6, 7. This is I'd say it's 2, 4, 8, 1, 5, 6, 7. Or 2, 3, 4, 1. No. Actually, yeah, it would be 2, 8, 3, 4, 1, 5, 6, 7. I just enjoyed this one. This was a good way to bring us back up, and I hope that the finale follows suit. Honestly, this was just good. I don't really have anything else to say. So, with that being said, I've been Winter. We've reacted to RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 8 from Smaller Soul and Random Words. If you like what you saw, leave likes, leave comments, all that happy jazz. Man, this was a short one. But, honestly, that's a sign that it did a good job. The things that were done don't really need to be pointed out for there to be sign of quality. So, yeah, that's about it from me. Peace. In due time. Hello all. That was a good one. Welcome back to Winter Dust Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today, we have Smaller Soul and Random Words, RWBY Volume 5 Redux, Episode 9 out of 10. Last episode was a great change of pace from the steady decline of those episodes. I did not like the way the season was going in its trajectory. Too many things were being changed, too many things were being left out, which was a disservice to a lot of the characters, especially in later volumes, but also in this one. So, yeah, last episode was actually neutral to good, even great. Wasn't the best, I would say. It's the second best of Redux so far. It was good. So, we have episode 9, and then I might even just record all of them. I might record this and go right into episode 10 tonight, because I have the time. I am kind of hyped. I'm interested to see what they do, because it's there's 3 episodes of content in these 2, and I believe this is a about 18-minute and a half episode So minus the 20 seconds, so minus a minute 50, that gives us about 16 and a third, or 16 and 2/3 minutes, which is a pretty substantial one for Redux. I believe that's one of the longest so far, if not the longest. And the next episode would be not only the longest episode of Redux, but I think like the longest episode of RWBY as a whole, because it's like a 30-minute episode. So I'm interested to see how this closes out. Yeah, let us get to the episode page real quick. All right, we are here with episode 9. Let's go.
Things aren't looking good, Oz. Pro huntsmen like that don't just bite it all at once. Salem's powerful, and it seems like her reach is growing by the day. What does that say about humanity?
That there are indeed a misguided few who have filled their hearts with malice. It doesn't take a great number of people to cause harm, but I still believe there are far more people in this world willing to prevent it.
Especially in a world that only has like 2 to 2.5 million people total. I mentioned that, and it's like, the world of Remnant is pretty fucking bleak. It doesn't cause... It doesn't take a lot to hurt a lot of people. So, yeah.
Excuse me?
Ah, Miss Rose. Join us.
I feel like should have kept in that we were just about to call everyone. So
something on your mind, kiddo?
Well, we've been talking about the relic at Haven and the Spring Maiden, but what about the Fall Maiden?
Cinder.
Does that mean Salem has the beacon relic?
Very astute, Miss Rose. I was wondering who would be the first to ask. No, thankfully she does not.
Oh, huh. That's good to hear.
Now, is there anything else we can help you with?
Well, I did have one more question.
No, my cane is not a relic.
I have no more questions.
I feel like there's quite a bit being skipped over here. First of all, we have the talk about like the beacon relic being harder to find, because that especially is going to be probably pretty relevant coming soon, as we know that Volume 10 is at least in production and somewhat on its way. So I feel like that was missed. And the talk of the cane having a few more tricks up its sleeve, I feel like that is a conversation that is necessary to have as well, because that hints more towards Volume 8 and the explosion of the whale. I believe it's Monstra, so that the fandom named it. So I would have kept those two scenes in. It's not too much of an issue because it's not really integral to any character, but I would have especially liked to keep that, the one about like the beacon relic being harder to find, because that is more relevant now more than ever. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll be there.
Who was it?
It was Leo. Thinks he might be able to get together a small raiding party for the bandits. He wants us to meet up at the school tomorrow night to walk us through it.
Really? Oh, that's great! I'll go get the others.
I would have kept in the moment where Oz is suspicious, because knowing him, he's always suspicious and wary. Just me, though.
Why, hello. Thank you for coming. There seems to be more of you than last time.
Hey, you know what they say, the more the merrier. Are you okay?
Of course, sorry. Just haven't had my evening coffee.
Look, it's nice to see you, but we got work to do. Are we getting support from the council or not?
Mom?
I feel like there's another scene that you greatly missed. And it would have definitely helped, considering we don't have a lot of screen time with them. It's the scene with Leo and Raven. That one scene really kind of nails both of their characters in one fell swoop. I feel like missing that's another one of those times where I gotta say it, gross miscalculation. I feel like that to open the episode, or to even have before this moment, would have been good. Like that opening scene, Raven and Leo, then this. I feel like that would have been a good structure.
If you're going to shoot me, shoot me. That was insulting.
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. You've been scheming, little brother. Planning to attack your own sister.
You have the Spring Maiden.
I do.
Then hand her over and let's work together. We can beat Salem.
There is no beating Salem.
You're wrong. We've done things that most people would call impossible. And I know the only reason we were able to do it is because we didn't do it alone. At least I know we'll have a better chance if we try together. Please.
You sound just like your mother.
RWBY!
Especially knowing... We still know very little about Summer's last mission, but especially knowing what we do now, that makes that moment so much more savage and so much more fucking disrespectful. That, yeah. Man. Yeah. Volume 10, show us. Literally just show us that last mission. Please.
Hello, boys and girls.
Cinder.
Oh, wow. Ooh, the way that was cut was cool. Nice job. Yeah.
Oh no.
Closing the doors. And it's framed in like the same general area too in the camera. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Hell yeah.
Once the charges are set, move back to perimeter watch.
Raven, tell me, how long have you been with them?
Aw, don't take it personally, little bird. Your sister was a recent addition. The lion, on the other hand.
It was you. You had information on every huntsman and huntress in the kingdom. I couldn't find any of them. Because you let her kill them.
Oh, now, don't beat yourself up about it, Lionheart. I'm sure Tyrion and Hazel would have found them on their own eventually.
What is wrong with you? How can you be so broken inside?
This is why I wanted the Jean scene, or the Jean dialogue in episode 1, because that would have made this far more. That would have that would have been a good prompt for this moment.
To take so many lives, and then come here and rub it in our faces like it's something to be proud of.
John?
I'm gonna make you pay for what you did. Do you hear me?
Miss genuinely one of the best delivered lines in the show, with that damn smile. Oh, with that damn smile on your face! It's one of the best delivered lines in the show, and you missed it. I'm sorry. That's miscalculation.
Who are you again?
But that one still does it.
Kid.
John!
You're not getting near her.
Ooh, wow. We are doing some interesting stuff. Let's play this back.
John!
RWBY goes. It's down by Emerald.
RWBY!
Hey there, Blondie. I'm thinking you owe me an apology for my leg.
Take out the heiress. Don't.
We're doing some interesting stuff here. Playing with these perspectives. This is well done. They're making this chaotic, but they're feeding the moments into each other. Because we start...
You're not getting near her.
RWBY!
Hey there, Blondie. I'm thinking you owe me an apology for my leg.
So we've got these two interplaying moments. And, like, so Yang rushes for Mercury. And then Emerald looks over so that the illusion can take effect. Also, they've added like this blinding effect on Yang's eyes. I don't remember that being in the original. This is really cool. Teleporting character syndrome was a thing that the original Volume 5 dealt with a lot, so I don't blame them here. It's probably going to be more egregious, to be honest, but I think what they're doing here is really interesting.
Take out the heiress.
And then I don't remember that black being there either in the original, so keeping that in line there, like she isn't able to see the blows like Emerald is blinding her with the illusion. That's really clever.
Don't bother wasting your power. She's not worth it.
Ooh.
He's not worth it.
Wow, we are just getting so into these fights. And like no exchange of dialogue here. Although
she's not worth it.
There's supposed to be, I believe, an effort sound because her mouth is open here. Wasn't included. This is so quick. It's so fast paced.
Don't think I'm going to let you take the easy way out.
Young man.
Wow. Really cool way to frame this. Like, again, they're making it chaotic, but they're making the interplay between characters really seamless. I like the way that that's done. some well done stuff here.
For your sake, I suggest you leave. I'm warning you!
Really cool weapon that he has there.
That's enough! Husband?
Not quite.
This can't be. Wait. You can't have had this form for long. You're not really Ozpin right now. If I deliver you to Salem, she'll have to be pleased with me. And I can finally get out of all of this. I can finally be free.
What do I do? Fight?
I wish we would have gotten the moment in the head with like Oz saying, "What happened to you?" Because that is a significant moment for him, like realizing this is another one of my friends that has fallen to this. Because it is stated that Leo was not the first.
Are you gonna let her die too?
Stop messing with me!
If that's what you want.
Ooh, I like that. Like, not as the burst, but like to show that this is a frail moment. Like a small moment of Silver Eye stuff. As like to not immediately completely cripple Cinder here. I like that. Like, it cripples her, but it's like not a knockout kind of a deal. I like that.
Did you think you actually had a chance against me? You?
You're just a failure with a death wish.
If I die buying them time, then it's worth it. They're the ones that matter.
Missed opportunity for the moment where Nora and Ren gear up to fight Hazel, but I suppose.
You think so?
No.
I like that you're not cliffhanging us here. I think I know what the cliffhanger is going to be.
Wise!
Yeah, just intercutting those scenes.
Ruby, get up! Get up! We need you!
Husband.
Ooh. I like that Hazel notices instead of Lionheart having to tell him. That's a nice detail. He would spot that cane anywhere.
Ruby, you...
Ozpin!
Oh no.
You thought you could hide from me? You'll pay for what you did. You'll die over and over again.
I never noticed the score in this moment. Like, it's fucking hype.
Do we fight? No. Run.
Still a COD Zombies scream from Hazel there.
Ozpin is here?
Is that a problem?
I'm not sure. But right now we've got the upper hand. Let's not waste it.
No, not again. Weiss, come on, please!
Make sure they leave Ruby alive. This won't take long.
She's hardly breathing. No, it wasn't supposed to be like this! Please! We can't lose anyone else.
Semblance activate! Ooh, nice cut.
Are you nervous, girl?
The again, talking about the coloring, like the increased saturation and exposure, it's really making these blues pop.
Maiden in, why, I'm not sure anyone knows how many years, is about to open a vault. I would say it's quite an exciting time. Don't you feel honored?
No. I'm not concerned with any of this. All I care about is my tribe, my family. This is a burden, not an honor.
Oh, you've conditioned her quite well, Raven.
This was always such a cool area to me. Like, again, say what you want about like the character models and how they differ from the concept art, but the area, like the fidelity of the areas and the designs of them are really cool. I just thought I'd say that.
After you.
No, we're not gonna cut back up there. I knew it. We're gonna end on the Raven reveal. And this is such a cool thing. I love these lighting up. And then the tree lights up too. Oh, it's so fucking sick. Yeah, it starts blooming. Such a sick detail. They didn't have to do that, but oh man. Ooh, the light on her face too. Yeah, people talk about characters with aura. How about locations with aura? Jesus Christ.
Having fun?
Vernal, stay focused.
Oh, come now, Raven. Let her enjoy this.
How does this work?
Once the Spring Maiden places her hand on the door, it will open. Then I will walk into the vault and retrieve the relic. No one else. Is that clear?
Yes.
Vernal, when you're ready.
I love this motif here. I can't remember whose it is or what it is.
You know, I've heard so many stories about you, Raven. They say you're a cunning leader, that you're strong, that you're clever. It's a shame that they're wrong.
Yeah. I like the way that they're cutting this up.
It's nothing personal, dear. You're just not worthy of such power. But I am. So I will take what is mine.
Man, again, increased colors and all that is really displaying just how visceral that is. The skin part of her arm. Just very ugly wounds.
What is this? Where's the power?
Yep.
You won't find it. Because Vernal isn't the Spring Maiden. I am!
Yep, that's where they ended it. Okay. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah. Post-episode discussion time. I just kind of realized where we are in this runtime, and wow. Last two episodes have been pretty short because it's like, I've had like this episode, I had quite a few things to comment on, but it's like, I didn't go as into it. Like, I wasn't as... I didn't pause for as long. I paused on a lot of things, but I didn't pause as long on said things. Again, I enjoyed this one. This is probably... I'd say that this is below episode 8, but not by much. So it would still be like 2, 8, 9. 4, 5, 1, 6, 7. Sorry, I did not like episode 6 and 7. Holy shit. But yeah. Wow. Okay. So we have got a massive finale to go to because we've got the Adam segment, we've got that final Maiden bit, we've got the rest of the Haven fight with, you know, Hazel and Weiss getting back into everything. And the scene with Yang and Raven, and then the ending. Which, that's a lot to do, but considering the amount that they put in here, which I believe this was about... This was 2 episodes in one. I believe that like it's like 2.5 episodes of content in here, and then the next one is going to be like 1.5 episodes of all around content. So okay, yeah, I'm a lot more optimistic about the finale now. So yeah, I think that is going to be about it from me. I have been Winter. We've reacted to RWBY Volume 5 Redux Episode 9, and we are going to be moving on to the finale next time. If you like what you saw, leave likes, comments, all that happy jazz below and with the channel. I'm rambling. I'm gonna get to the next one immediately. So that's about it from me. Peace. In due time. Hello all. That was probably the best one so far. Welcome back to Winter Does Stuff, where we react to some crazy stuff. Today we have the finale of RWBY Volume 5 Redux. I am pretty hyped for this. As I said, the episode run of 5 to 7 was, in my opinion at least, pretty miserable. I didn't like a lot of the changes that were made there, but these last two episodes, both 8 and 9, have definitely made the fuck up for that. So, we are moving into episode 10, the finale, which is a 30-minute episode. That is kind of nuts. That's the longest one so far, and probably, like, I think, like, in terms of just the runtime, that's the longest episode in RWBY. So, yeah, I really don't have any expectations for this episode. What I want to do is I want to get into it. I want to have some fun. I want to have a good time in this finale. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip over to the screen. So, see you guys there. All right, here we are. We have Volume 5, Episode 10. I believe this one, they titled it Cowardice, which, you know, knowing who probably, like, the main player in this episode is, it's a pretty apropos title. It's a pretty good one if I do say so myself. So, yeah, let's get into it. This is the final episode of RWBY Volume 5 Redux, and then I'm gonna surprise you with what's gonna come next. Maybe not, actually. I probably won't surprise you. Let's be real. So, let's do it. We got like 28 minutes. Yeah, we got like 28 minutes 50 seconds. So, I think this is the longest episode. Like, if this was like actually what we were doing in RWBY, this would be the longest episode in the show, which is crazy to think about. Let's go.
Oscar. No! Oscar! I told you, no!
Please.
We are getting right into the action. And I suppose with this episode, we really don't have any time to do anything else but get into action. So
let me take over. I can handle it.
You told me I needed to fight for myself. So I will.
This is not your fight.
What does that mean? Why is he so upset with us?
He didn't tell you my tale, did he, boy? I thought you looked familiar. To think that evil was inside you when our paths first crossed. Your blood won't be on my hands. It'll be on his.
What was he talking about?
Tell him, Osmond. Tell him how you killed her.
Her?
Gretchen Reinhardt was Hazel's sister. Despite her brother's wishes, she enrolled at Beacon Academy to become a huntress, and tragically lost her life on a training mission. Please, let me fight. I know Hazel. He's wounded in a way that cannot be healed.
Did she know? Did she know the risk of being a huntress?
She was only a child.
She made a choice. A choice to put others before herself. So do I.
I'm sorry.
What?
Interesting parallel of lines there. Nice. I think there was a little bit more of a pause in the original, but that was good. She made a choice, and then Oz deliberately circumvents his choice. Good stuff. Good stuff there.
What's happening?
Please! What happened?
think she's going to be okay. She seems to be stabilizing.
Whatever you're doing, don't stop.
I won't.
Good. Oscar needs help.
I'm on it.
Okay. Make it happen, Ranger.
Wow, we are cutting between so much, and again, I don't have a lot to talk about because it's like it's handled in a very organic way. Like this is just very seamless transitions into each other's sections. I like this a lot. Although we could have had more notice about what they were doing with Yang. I feel like that would have been better, but we did already have the Emerald stuff, like with Mercury, in that last episode. So I can forgive it. We're displacing to displace. I love that attack. Anytime Oz or Ozpin, like Oscar or Oz, uses that attack, it's such a giddy, like anime rush kind of feeling. Gonna play that back.
You guys doing okay?
I think so. She's coming too. I just wish this would go faster.
How about you don't complain and just be thankful you unlocked your semblance when you did?
I don't think I'm healing her. Our aura heals our bodies. It feels more like I'm using my aura to amplify hers.
Aren't you worried about running out?
Pyrrha once told me I've got a lot of it.
Jean?
That scream from Neath, it's a pretty good one. It's not an easy thing to do, to just stand in or sit in front of your microphone and just the whole time for multiple minutes on end. Sorry about that. Had to emphasize my point there, but that yeah. I'm a little bit more experienced in it because I myself am a VA of my own material, and I frequently push myself to the fucking bitterest of ends to try and get takes right, especially more recently, which you guys are going to see more of now that, pre-negative cognition, the remake of it is happening, so I'll have more opportunities for that kind of thing. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, it's not easy to do that kind of a scream. Mine was much more of a comedic one, like but like actually making it sound pained is pretty difficult. So
go, I've got her.
I kind of miss the Hazel monologue there, but like to emphasize, like, because the other thing with Nora is that she doesn't just straight up absorb it, it does hurt her. So I feel like that monologue, like the shock of everything flowing in does hurt her in that moment, but then she kind of takes it upon herself to absorb it. I feel like that original scene does work better in this regard for Nora.
His semblance. He can block out pain. It's how he's able to handle injecting so much dust into his body.
I don't need him to hurt. I just need him to go down!
Hell yeah, Sam Ireland. We love Sam Ireland in this house. She's such a good VA, and her performance as Nora is easily, like, this might be a controversial take, but it's not just her best performance, but it's also one of the best performances to come out of Rooster Teeth. I'm sorry if you disagree with that, but Sam Ireland's VA work is so good as this character.
What's going on in there? Stay focused. Our friends are almost done here.
Adam!
Okay, so we're less than 5 minutes in. Jesus Christ. There's so much here. There's so much in this episode. We are less into it than I thought we would be in terms of the recording. We're only about 12 minutes in now. I thought we'd be more into this, but we're not. Again, it really speaks to the editing side that there's so much less to talk about than I thought there would be. But there's so much happening that has been changed. It's just really good and cohesive and in line with everything kind of stuff.
Wait!
Stand down!
To think that I went through so much trouble to find you, only to have you deliver yourself to me.
This isn't what's right for the Faunus. Stop what you're doing and we can end this peacefully.
You're wrong, Blake. And you can't stop us.
Not by myself.
That's why she didn't come alone.
What?
Who's there? Your brothers and sisters.
Adam Taurus, this is the Mistral Police Force. Lower your weapons and surrender peacefully.
Adam, it's over.
And it's over for all of us.
Hey, wait!
Huh?
Yep.
I told you, Adam. It's over.
Ooh. Yes, Adam is pathetic, but I do think that little... I'm going to make humanity pay for everything they've done! Like, I do think that bit is a little bit too pathetic for his character, especially right now, because he's not alone yet, so he's not as pathetic as in Volume 6. I like that they removed that. I think that was a little bit too belittling at this point in his story. So... and there is no battle
I'm
here.
going to make you regret ever coming back.
I'm here for Haven, not you.
You are still afraid, and you should be. I've made powerful friends while you've been away.
Oh, yeah? Where?
Tell me, does Blake make all of her classmates fight for her?
Nah, it's a volunteer gig. I'm just saying, for someone who claims to have such great friends, there doesn't seem to be a lot of people here willing to fight for you.
Yeah, and I really like that detail of like everybody in the White Fang and his group standing down immediately and not fighting back. I think that was a good choice to lead into this moment right here, especially. That's good stuff. Yep, and again.
You can try and make me regret coming here, Adam. But honestly, I've got more important things to deal with. Son, wait!
But he's getting away! We can take him!
No, we can't. He wants to lure us away so he can pick us off. We need to protect the school and the people here. Besides, now he can see what it feels like to run away.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
I love...
We all need help sometimes.
I love...
Besides,
this moment.
Now he
like her ear goes down when she talks about like what it feels like to run away.
can see what it feels like to run away.
But then like when her eye goes back to him. Whoop, whoop. Cute. Adorable.
Thank you.
We love Blake
We all
ear
need help
anatomy.
sometimes. I think there's a few people who could use yours.
Be careful.
Ooh.
We all need help sometimes.
I assume that they're going to show that moment. So, bit of a continuity issue here. The Queen Lancer is already there. Sorry.
I think there's a few people who could use yours.
Be careful.
No promises.
Yep. Wow. Right here. Oh, wow. Cutting him off mid-transformation? That's disrespectful, dude. Hell yeah. I don't want to advertise it to too many people, as it's one of those things where it's like, it's a certain genre of it, but I am a writer in my spare time, as you all know. I've made The Fall, and I also do fan work such as The New Balance, which is a Wizard 101 story. Go over there if you want to see that. But on AO3, I did write a freezer burn story. Yes, I'll admit it. And it's specifically about Weiss. Like, a lot of it is like very Weiss-centric and focusing on the scar that she received at Haven. Again, if it's not for you, it's not for you. If you find that cringy, you find that cringy. I think that it's a good story that I wrote there. And especially like in the scenario that it was, I enjoy freezer burn as a ship. Those of you who know me know that I'm not much of a shipping person. So for me to be a fan of a ship, it's a big congratulations to that ship. Yes, it's a freezer burn thing. Anyway, but yeah, I've always been a little bit peeved that Miles and Carrie, and going into future stuff, Eddie and Kiersey, never really delved into the fact that, like, Weiss almost fucking died, and the way that Aura works, I feel like that, like, completely impaled, I feel like that would have been too large of a wound to fully heal from. There's got to be a scar very similar to here, or for Yang. That's a part of the reason why that fic is how it is. It's because Yang lost part of herself. Weiss did essentially here. It's a way for them to connect in a meaningful way and not just for the regular reason that ship fics are made. Just wanted to advertise that. If you go to AO3, I believe it's under Winter Society 32. If you want to read it, go ahead and read it. I think it's a decent one. I think I did okay. Anyway, yes, badass moment for Weiss here. Love that. very peeved that they've never focused on Weiss's trauma from here, because they've done a decent job of focusing on Yang's and RWBY's and even Blake's to a certain extent, and especially Blake's healing journey. Less so her actual trauma from that, but more so on the healing. I feel like they could have gotten into it with Weiss. And especially now, as it's after the fall of Atlas, I feel like now would be a better time than ever, because we could get some really good stuff out of Weiss in volume, I want to say 10 and 11. So.
Yang?
Yang, go! No!
Yeah. The dinner scene that they did keep in was a good bit to have there, like, so that could be a payoff, but I still think they should have kept a lot of the dinner scene.
Bernal was a decoy the whole time. The last Spring Maiden must have trusted you a great deal before she died. I bet that was a mistake.
Oh shit, we're just going right into it. Okay. Interesting that they didn't keep the dialogue in there. Again, focused on the fighting. I like that they're treating it that way, like there's not enough time for dialogue. Such an anime moment right here. Soul Calibur! Frozen Steel! Fight! Sorry. Y'all better not cut out a single second of this, because All Things Must Die is easily, like, yes, it's edgy as fuck. It is early 2000s, like late 2000s, early 2010s as fuck. But I love this track. So, let's go. And this fight scene is awesome. That shot, that smirk on her face. Ugh. In reality, if we're looking at it, like, yes, it's an action scene, it's cool, but if we're looking at this statistically, this fight scene is really funny. Because, again, looking at this, like, logically, there is no way that Raven could have ever lost. Cinder, all things considered, I want to say, like, she's at most 25. That's a debate that's been in the fandom for a long time because of, like, how much more experienced she is as a combatant and as a manipulator especially. But she is... This is something I want to talk about in my RWBY retrospective videos. It's one of those details where it's like she was young enough to pass as a student in Beacon, which I believe is like a 4-year school. And the last, like the height of that, I believe is 22 or 21. So like her being young enough to pass in Beacon, or in Haven rather, is a pretty significant detail. So she's like 25 at most. Raven could be like, she is late 40s, maybe even early 50s by this time. Well, no, now that I'm thinking about it, it's like mid to late 40s. She's at least 20 years older than Cinder is here. So with that much more time, and especially that much more time to have her maiden powers, Cinder like just got them 6 or so months ago. Like, there's no way that this fight could have ended any other way than Raven stomping. Like, yeah, maybe Aura loss, but other than that, yeah, Raven dogpiles Cinder the fuck out of this fight. Like, I'm sorry to all you Cinder lovers. I myself am a Cinder enjoyer. I'm a Cinder truther. I know that Smaller Soul vehemently disagrees with me on that statement, but I am a Cinder truther, and even I can admit Raven fucking mugs her here. Like, she stands less than 5%. Like, less than 5% of the time she wins. Like, it's not a close fight at all here. Ooh. Nice. Nice, actually. I like that was edited out, because that creates more of a surprise for both us as the audience and for Cinder. Hell yeah. Yep. Bye-bye, Cinder. See you in Oh, hearing the splash sound and the cracking of the ice. I think I heard both there. That was good.
Thank you, Vernal.
Rest in peace. Also, rest in peace, Amber Lee Connors. Wonderful voice actor. Not a career-defining performance per se, but we've still got a lot of this episode left. This feels like the end of fucking Volume 9. It's like the big fight is over, but we still got a lot left. Such a cool... And then, yeah. This is so fucking sick. The Vault Realms are so cool. Such cool stuff. Cool ideas. Mid to poor execution. So we're skipping back here and not doing the Raven stuff yet. Cool. Okay. That's fine. It would make another teleporting characters instant.
It's okay.
Bro just fucking leaves.
Are you hurt? No. I just remember you being more of the quiet one. Not today. All right. Well, what's the plan, Ruby?
Checkmate!
I like the framing of the shot reversal there. Something Rooster Teeth does really well, underratedly so, is horror. I love when they do horror. And the sound effects of the Seer Grim are so... Yeesh. I really get where Moscow is coming from with like tensing up and just... Not per se me. I love horror as a genre. It's arguably like my favorite in terms of like storytelling, but I get where Moscow's coming from. I see you. We Last Reacts, for those of you who don't know, reacting to RWBY. Love her material.
And where might you be going?
Your Grace! I was just looking for something. It was Cinder! She altered the plan! Huntsman showed up here! Crow! Several students! One with the silver eyes! The White Fang attack! It was stopped! I don't know that they'll be able to recover the relic. Your Grace, I can still be of assistance! If I leave now, I can avoid the authorities and come find you. I'll do whatever it takes. Your Grace. Please, ma'am. I'll do anything. It'll be useful. Please! Please! Please!
Ooh, the blood trail. Dang, these companies always pushing for that TV-14 or MA rating.
Coward.
And now we're
warned
going
you, Yang.
to get back to
I
this.
gave you every opportunity to walk away from Crow and Oz. So you can believe me when I say this wasn't personal.
Crow and Oz told me how the Maiden powers were transferred. She would have had to have trusted you if you were in her final thoughts. Cared about you a lot. So tell me, what happened to the last Spring Maiden?
What does it matter to you?
I could already see the answer. It's all over your face. How could you?
I better talk about it now or when it's over. Because I feel like this scene lasts for a good while. So, just kind of pausing for copyright. I don't think it's actually like claimable. Like, I don't think Viz actually claims like the footage. So, it's good on us. Now we can continue.
She wasn't cut out for this world. And with those powers, she would have been hunted her entire life. What I did
wasn't personal.
It was mercy.
Did you let me walk into that trap because you knew I could handle it? Or because it meant you could get what you wanted?
It's not that simple. You don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. The choices I've had to make.
You're right. I don't know you. I only know the Raven Dad told me about. Did you kill her too?
I've stared death in the face over and over again, and every time I've spat in that face and survived because I'm strong enough to do what others won't.
Oh, shut up! You turn your back on people. You run away when things get too hard. You put others in harm's way instead of yourself. You might be powerful, but that doesn't make you strong.
Who do you think you are lecturing me? Standing there shaking like a scared little girl.
Yeah, I'm scared. But I'm still standing here. I'm not like you. I won't run. Which is why you're going to give me the relic.
And why would I?
Because you're afraid of Salem! And if you thought having maiden powers put a target on your back, imagine what she'll do when she finds out you have a relic. She'll come after you with everything she has. Or she could come after me. And I'll be standing there, waiting for her.
Yeah.
You don't want to do this, Yang.
Nope. But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Just like summer.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Me too.
That is... I don't want to be hyperbolic here, so I'm going to choose my words carefully. That truly is one of my favorite scenes in the show. There is a specific subset of people that don't particularly like that scene. And I don't understand why. Even in this, especially in this cut, some of the, like, in the original, it's a bit too wordy, I would say. I think they struck a good balance here with keeping the message of Yang and Raven's exchange there. But this is one of those scenes that completely... It's another one of the scenes, like with the one between Raven and Leo, and this is almost kind of a part two in terms of like thematic material to that first meeting with Raven that Yang has. And it's one of the reasons why I'm very still confused why that scene was cut up as much as it is, because the talk about strength between Yang and Raven here is so much more emphasized by that moment earlier on in the volume. And it's, again, it's one of those moments where it's like that fuels so much of this that it's hard to remove anything from either scene without kind of jeopardizing the characters, especially as it goes to the lead up of here. I really enjoy this scene so very much. And there's a specific channel, I won't name names because there are two people that have heavily criticized this scene, and both of them, like both of these creators have said like they're just talking at each other. Especially in this cut of it, I don't agree at all. There is substantial character work being portrayed with each of the things that those characters are saying in this scene. And yes, the shout of "You don't know the first thing about strength" from from Yang to Raven, while that was removed, and I feel like it shouldn't have been, because that emphasizes a lot more of Yang's point. Pardon me. I think the scene was well handled. And I truly, truly disagree with those who say that this scene doesn't really have merit, or that it doesn't track with either of these characters, or that it ruins either of them. Because truly, it really just informs how much stronger Yang is to be doing what she's doing here, and how much not quite how weak, but how truly small Raven is after leaving Team Stark. How little she holds in terms of confidence and influence. She's always backed up by, like, her words ring so hollow, especially when looking at the history that she has with her team. And I really do love this scene. I really do. It's one of, again, I don't want to say it's the best scene in the show. Quite far from it. I think there are a number of scenes that go above and beyond what this does, but this is one of the most character informant scenes in the show. Again, not the best, but just one of the most, it's a pretty rich scene in terms of its characterization of both of the leads that are in here. So, yeah, just wanted to say that regarding this, because yes, again, one line I think they should have kept in, but otherwise this scene was pretty well handled by Soul and Random Words. I liked what they did here. Well done. Props to you. I have a feeling this is going to be the longest episode, by the way, of this reaction series. Just got a feeling about it. The score here is so... Oh, wow. Just skipping right to it. Okay.
Yang.
Lots of tears this episode.
Emerald, get up. We need to go. Emerald.
That scream. Ooh, I liked that. This right here. This kind of cloud effect here. It's simple, but it's really good stuff. I like that. I like it a lot.
What was that?
An illusion, but an accurate one. That was Salem.
I love how Blake is just kind of... Blake doesn't know anything about, like, the Maidens or Salem or any of that shit. So she's just kind of like, what the fuck? What does that mean? What is that? What is a Salem? just a funny little bit there.
Huh?
Interesting. The talking to her parents about the white and Alia about the White Fang. It's kind of exposited again in the opening of Volume 6. Helps keep the runtime a little bit lower than the already absurd length that it is. So.
What happened?
I don't know exactly. When I got down there, Cinder was gone.
And Raven? Well, we're all glad you're still here, Firecracker.
Are you okay? I feel like I should be asking you guys. So, Blake, what are you doing here?
I was gonna ask you three the same thing.
Ooh.
A long story.
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
That's all that matters.
The OST.
That we're all here together. Right?
You lost, you found, your heart
Aww.
down.
Yeah.
It's a good scene. Gets me a bit misty-eyed every time I see it. No matter how I feel about the rest of the volume, this version or the original, this is always a great moment.
I don't know how, but we did it, Oz. You okay?
I'm alright.
Kid?
He's resting. Too much energy fighting.
Oh, hey, don't strain yourself.
No. He had a message. We must get the lamp to Atlas.
Glowy, glowy. Okay, and they kept that ending. That's a lot of credits. We'll see what they did for the... Ah, nice. Just adding the Redux. Yep. Random words. Yeah. Thanks to the Rooster Teeth support team back when Smaller Soul and Random Words asked about this, because wouldn't have been possible without them. Yeah, using this as the post-credit. Rest in peace to Monty. Ah, okay. Wow. You know, it ended high. Very similarly to the original. It had a few missteps along the way, but you know what? I'm happy with how it ended. Yes, to me, the stretch of 5, 6, and 7 was not good. There was a mix of quality, being episodes 1 and 4 being lesser, and then 2 and 3 being better in the beginning. But goddamn, 8, 9, and 10 here have been great. These last 3 episodes have been upwards of the best of the volume. I'd say that the finale is the best one. This is the best. This is my final ranking, okay? So we've got 10, 2, 8, 9, 4, 1, 5, 6, 7. I think that's all. I think that's all of them. This was fun. Like, if nothing else, it's a good way to look back at some of our favorite pieces of media and just say, you know what? This could have been structured better. And in some ways, the restructuring that other people do isn't the best. I wouldn't say that this is as good. Like, I wouldn't say that this is any worse or better than the original as a whole. I think this is a very comparable piece. Yes, it does some structuring much better than the original does, especially specific singular chapters. Like 8 and 2 are great for just being stretches of one line of thought across a piece. However, again, 5, 6, and 7, at least to me, are probably worse than the worst of Volume 5. I genuinely don't like those episodes. Overall, I don't know what to really say. This is, again, a very comparable piece of media. So, yeah, I think that's going to end it. I don't know how long this supercut is going to be. I don't think it'll be too long. So, honestly, I think that's about it for me. Yeah. I think I'm going to do a supercut. Cuz I normally do. I want to do those. I want to keep doing those for you guys. But yeah, so with all that being said, yeah, props to Smaller Soul and Random Words for being able to do this, not only in such a good amount of time, but also they did this like restructuring and re-editing, adding sounds and all that happy jazz completely, well, not completely, but doing a lot of editing of a volume that is particularly messy for this show on their own. They did it like by themselves. So props to them. None of the negatives that I've said are like a slight against them, I hope. But yeah, I'm gonna get going. I got some stuff that I need to do. More stuff on the channel coming soon. Hopefully, the Dust Queen reaction will be next, right after the supercut of this is uploaded, which, hooray, yay, I finally get to do that. And then I'll be doing RWBY Flaming Skull and Evermorrow intermittently throughout the next however long it takes me to get through those. But yeah, So, with that being said, I have been Winter. We have reacted to all of RWBY Volume 5 Redux from Smaller Soul and Random Words. If you like this series, leave likes, leave comments below on what you thought about it. It's gonna be about it from me. Peace, everybody. In due time.